forget to ask you that.
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, we had dinner at the Outback. We launched our plan to take over the world, so we're very much on our way to doing that.
So to watch us, first off, check out our Facebook page.
Okay.
So we actually have several different Facebook pages. The channel that I am primary host for is Big Show Cosplay. It has its own Facebook page. High Priestess has her. I have my own Facebook fan page that you can follow. On YouTube, we have our own Facebook page on YouTube. On YouTube, we have our own channel, Big Show Entertainment Network. So, and on there, you're going to be able to see the cosplay channel, or the cosplay show. You're going to be able to see the Super Dave Reigns and the Big Show, which is going to be our movie reviews and things like that. You're going to be able to see the tech toys and game reviews. All of that is all going to be in one place, and that's all going to be under Big Show Entertainment Network.
Okay.
Or BEN for short.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, and actually this week coming up, we actually incorporate. We become Black Lion Endeavors, LLC, which is the parent company for Big Show Entertainment Network and all of our channels and everything that we do. So, it's just been a blessing to have Lisa on board. We are on the same wavelength. So, I think that I am just kind of shocked at how much goes on in the world of pop culture. I've always been a fan, going back to the original. I'm kind of an older guy, so going back to the original Star Wars, which changed my life forever. I always laugh when I meet somebody and say, "Really, Star Wars changed your life?" And I'm like, "It didn't change yours? What are you talking about?" But
see, I'm more of a Trek girl myself.
that's okay, but I still think Star Wars is better.
I can't pick, guys. I love them both so much. You couldn't force me to pick between the two.
See, I've gotten to too many Trek versus Wars parties where you have to choose a side and then dress in costume.
So how did Star Wars change your life? You have to expound on that for me.
Oh, my God. You remember those events in your life when you see something or you hear something that changes the way that you look at something or approach something. And as a kid, I think I was 9 or 10 at the time, and it was just so mind-blowing because no one had ever seen anything like it. And, it was kind of like almost like a Western in space, the whole cantina and this whole idea of the Force, which is kind of the Kung Fu master type thing. And I just was consumed by it. I have 2 younger brothers. We spent time either my birthday or Christmas. So I could remember an unusual amount of money. And you couldn't see it today because it would be a choke hazard.
Yeah, so. I think last time I checked that Boba Fett's going for...
He was so excited because he was the first. He sat in line and he waited for the very first.
And I still have the bracelet. My sword. Their event. I haven't had a chance to talk to them in depth, but we have been in conversations. So, as HP said, you'll have to stay tuned. It'll be something big. The only thing that makes me nervous as hell is the time is going quick, because I believe tickets for Star Wars Rogue One will be on sale by the middle of October. To be part of the pop culture community and to promote the pop culture community.
Well, and it sounds like, too, for both of you, that Star Wars and geek culture in general is a very familial experience. It came from family, and it's part of your family now, not necessarily blood family, but the community of geeks. I've often said when I go to Comic-Con, especially in Denver, it's almost like going to church. When I walk in that door,
those are your people. 115,000. Now we'll see what happens when New York opens its doors, because depending on what their attendance count is, but I think we're going to hold it.
I hope so, because it just means a better con for all of us here.
Were you at DCC?
We've gone the last 2 years.
No, I did 16 interviews at DCC.
I think I did 17.
It's not a competition, Dave.
Oh. We're
Did you
together.
guys do? How did you do the interviews at con? Did you have a table set up? How did you work that?
I actually went to each individual person. So for some of the celebrities, we went into a private space that was set up by the con. For some people, I was at their tables. It just depended on who I was talking to and when I was talking to them. And I would just like to point out for my fellow Trekkies, I talked to both Garrett Wang and Manu Intiraymi, both from Voyager, and they agree with me. DS9 is the best of all the Star Treks, and everybody else can suck it.
What?
What up? Okay, just throwing that out there. On the other hand, I think that our con is amazing. We have so much going on. We're doing pre-parties. We're doing, we have Club Cosplay in Denver now, and that's going to be monthly. That started after,
Are you involved with that too?
I am.
Yeah.
Do you know Elijah Montoya?
I was about to say, if you don't know Elijah, he
Who
does
do
movie
I
camp.
not know?
Yeah, we know Elijah very well, and we like.
I am involved
Yeah.
with everything.
Yeah. Yeah, the high priestess is like the great eye from Lord of the Rings. She sees all.
Sauron. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Out of Sauron.
No, I was gonna. Elijah was supposed to come on a couple weeks ago. It didn't work out, but I was going
Right.
to ask him about Club Cosplay. Maybe you can tell me a little bit about it.
Sure, ask me questions.
What is Club Cosplay? Is it just
It's awesome sauce.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Yeah.
What else do you want to know?
It's great.
Okay, so Club Cosplay is a monthly event where all of us get to go and hang out at a completely safe and nerd-friendly environment. It is typically 16 and up. We all go in cosplay. Well, you don't have to go in cosplay, but really, if you don't, you kind of look weird. I'm just saying. All right. There is live music. There's always cool DJs. There's performances. There's cosplay contests, and it's a ton of fun. There's vendors there. It'll be posted within the next couple of weeks, and it's going to be fabulous.
Yeah.
something our listeners will want to know? Is there alcohol?
There is a bar.
Absolutely
Perfect.
Yeah, and I want to send a quick shout out to Greg and Sarah Shoup, who are the owners of.
You keep
Pink
dropping the
Unicorn.
government names. No government names, dude.
Yeah,
They go by Cosmama on everything, or
Okay.
just Pink Unicorn Productions, or just use first names. No government names.
Okay, she keeps me in line, but definitely Greg and Sarah. Speaking of cosplay, we can't announce it now, but we are about to do something that is going to be a earthquake, a tsunami, a monumental shift in the world of cosplay in the United States.
And it's all going to happen in Colorado.
Absolutely, it's
Hey, can we cover that on our podcast? Can we be there?
No, we don't like you.
I love publicity. No,
I told you not to talk this week.
so
No, I gave you my business card, so that way when you call, I won't answer.
All right. You won't know which number I'm calling from.
I just don't
That's
answer any
true.
of the calls. I'm kidding. Of course we want you guys there.
yeah, we're gonna have you guys there for the big announcement.
We
where
want you
we're-
guys to
we're
be
more ready
totally
to do
involved with
that.
everything that we're doing. We think you guys are awesome.
I tell you what, I'm so excited for what we're about to do with cosplay, and it's mind blowing what we're about to do next with cosplay, and I wish I could talk about it, but we can't.
Say, you're being really cryptic. Can you give me any sort of hint here?
No, but
No,
let's
we
just say
can't.
this. I have never been more excited to meet with a lawyer than I am about meeting
Absolutely.
with our lawyer next week to actually put all of this stuff, on paper, so that way we can start announcing everything. You really don't get excited about meeting with lawyers because, let's face it, they're lawyers. But I'm actually excited about the meeting that we have next week.
Yeah, so
Tyler was excited to meet with his divorce lawyer, but that was it.
I went through a
When I met with my divorce lawyer, I got really excited. I was like, dude, let's pop champagne. And I think I celebrated my divorce more than I did my wedding. But that is neither here nor there. That was a bigger party. That bachelorette party was bigger than my bachelorette before I got married.
wow.
I was like, woohoo, I'm a bachelorette again. What? This is awesome.
I celebrated so hard I don't remember it.
Dude, that's the way it should be.
That's the way it should be, right on. But,
Single life.
I just want to
That's what's
cry when
up.
I think about what we're going to do next. It's just, it's going to be a legacy beyond what I could even imagine. So we're really excited for that.
You're getting me excited now.
I'm telling you, it's going to be
He thought he had bated breath
gigantic.
before.
So, also a couple of cosplayers that I want to mention: Mia St. Clair, Girls of Geek,
Yes.
and Countess Tifa, Heidi from Hide My Error. So we're all about celebrating and promoting cosplayers on Big Show Cosplay Channel. And then on Super Dave Reigns and the Big Show, I just saw Magnificent 7 on Thursday. Oh, my God, it was awesome.
So I need to go see it this
You
weekend.
need to go see it. You need to go see it.
And check out our Facebook page to get the full review.
Yeah. Just posted a review on it. Gave it a 8.5 out of 10. I know you guys might, this is my opinion, but I think it's the best Western I've seen since Tombstone.
I was just going to ask you to compare it to Tombstone because that's probably my favorite.
Tombstone is the best
Yeah.
Western ever.
Ever. That's my favorite. That's number one.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got 2 guns, one for each of you.
Yeah. I love that movie. It's just so awesome. But the cast in Magnificent 7 is absolutely unbelievable.
Secrets don't make friends.
Denzel,
We're up live.
Chris Pratt, Ethan Hawke.
I didn't know Ethan Hawke was in it.
Yeah, he's in it. What's his name? Vincent D'Onofrio. I always screw up his name. D'Onofrio. Oh my God, he was great. But definitely, you have got to go see Magnificent 7. So,
How often do you do movie reviews? Just as they're dictated? Do you try to get one up a week? I love movies, so I'm looking forward to
Right.
seeing your reviews.
we try to do movie reviews.
As often as cool movies come
Yeah,
out.
exactly. I think this past summer has been a big disappointment. We had a great start in April with Captain America: Civil War, which I think might be the second best superhero movie I've ever seen. A tie between that and Winter Soldier, of course, Dark Knight being number one. But we try to do reviews as often as HP said, as cool stuff comes out. You've got that quiet time in between August and November, but we're going to be really busy November and December because there's a lot of great stuff coming out. Doctor Strange, can't wait to see that. And, of course, in December, Star Wars Rogue One. And then another movie in the Harry Potter series, even though it's not Harry Potter.
That's the Fantastic Beasts.
Yes.
I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. That's the one area of geekdom I don't know a lot about.
The one
Right.
I'm really looking forward to that's coming out is, and I'm, what is it, Madame Pettigrew?
Mrs. Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. Yes.
That's the one I'm really
That's
looking
Tim
forward
Burton,
to. Because I used to read the books.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Tim Burton or not. Maybe it is.
I don't know if it's
I don't
Tim
know
Burton.
if it is him.
The previews definitely have a Tim Burton feel to them.
And I don't even know if I've seen a preview, but when I saw the mock-up at Cinemark, I
But
don't know what they call it.
I used to
It
read
looked
the
Tim Burton.
books, so I'm really looking forward to that movie.
I didn't even know there were books. Is it a big series?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not huge, but good.
Oh, yeah, no, and that's November 2, right?
I believe so, yes.
Excellent. Do you guys...
I don't have my phone on me. I feel
that
a
is
little
September
naked.
30th because I just
Oh,
did.
that's soon then.
I just did a review on.
Thank you. I have it all on my calendar, but I'm currently naked
Yeah.
because
but-
my phone is in the other room.
But that's the nice thing about Super Dave Reigns and the Big
When I'm
Show.
making love to a mic, I can be naked.
Oh my God, I need a drink.
We're all going to
okay.
need a drink after
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
over.
It's all right. We're in a cafe.
Yeah, good thing. But the nice thing about Super Dave Reigns and the Big Show is we keep the schedule for you. Every movie that's coming out of significance is on our Facebook page. We keep the schedule for you. We give you the reviews. We give you the trailers. We give you the news. So all you have to do is go to one spot, and we do it all for you. And that movie's coming out September the 30th.
Yeah, so that's next week.
That's next week.
Yeah, I think that's with Eva Green from Casino Royale. She was the Bond girl. But, I see you're wearing the X-Men.
Life goals.
Yeah, exactly. I see
I
you.
will be a Bond girl.
I
got
vote
time.
for her right now. So I vote for HP to be the next Bond girl. Just like X-Men. Just think X-Men when you think of Mrs. Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. Think Professor X. And that's about the closest I could come to describing what the movie's about. Of course, HP knows more. She read the books.
Just check out a preview. It's one of those things that I can't even put wrap words around it at this particular point in time. My cousin Sharon and I have been actually communicating back and forth. She lives in Texas, and we're just both emailing back and forth and IMing and texting like, okay, when are you going to see it? When am I going to see it? All right, okay, and then we're going to see it at the same time, and then we're going to see it together across time zones, and go.
So you're really excited about this.
Yes, because they're books that we both read growing up.
That's awesome. I'm glad that you're getting a movie adaptation.
Well, it's one of those, it could be really great, or it could be one of those things that just destroys a childhood memory. It's like Little Women. I can't watch any of the film adaptations because it was my favorite book when I was little. It was the first chapter book I ever read. Pretty big chapter book. I was like 8, and all of the film adaptations suck. Because they all cut out 3 of my favorite scenes from the book. And so I can't watch any of the movies. And so I'm a little hesitant, but that's okay. I'm still looking forward to the movie. I'm very excited about it. And we'll see what happens.
It's nice that the property got adapted. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't ever think that we would be looking forward to a Doctor Strange film
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
in our lifetime.
Yeah, I agree.
it's so weird what's being adapted into film.
Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier that it's a safe space for geeks. I have to ask, isn't everywhere a safe space for geeks now? Haven't we kind of taken over?
Yeah, we rule the
have,
world.
But
Geeks
at
and
the
nerds
same
rule the world.
time, in cosplay, so when I say safe space for geeks at Club Cosplay,
This is directed at you. I know where she's going with
No,
this.
no. It sure isn't. I also know where
Well,
she's
clue
going
me in
with
because
this.
I have no idea.
all right, so here's the thing. Geeks may control the world, but as a female geek, right, it's not always a safe space. All right?
No.
I'm not looking at anybody in particular.
Tyler.
No.
Should I be looking at someone in particular?
No, here's the way I see it. Most guys who are male and geeky, regardless of what your cosplay looks like, probably don't have the kahunas to do anything about it.
I'm not saying anything about...
Oh, I'm a Jedi Master, so I'll just use the old Jedi mind trick. No, just kidding.
You keep thinking that there, Dave. I've seen you at club cosplay. All I'm saying...
Wait till I break out the Superman costume. It's coming.
All I'm saying is, as a woman who is also a giant nerd, it's nice to feel completely safe in a setting where it doesn't matter how tight my corset is, or how short the skirts are, or how high the heels are, or whatever. People aren't going to touch me.
Yeah, no means no, guys.
Cosplay is not consent.
Exactly.
And even though, like you're saying, nerds really do, take over. Being a nerd is cool now. You can buy superhero shirts at Walmart and Target, and people are wearing it because it's cool and they don't even know who the characters are. And it's one of those things where half the time I'm like, really? Do you even know who you're wearing?
Yeah, Deadpool.
It's like,
I can't wear that to church.
I was like, do you know anything other than Ryan Reynolds played him? Come on, name something about him that didn't happen in the movie. Just try. Just try.
Oh, busted.
You know, but I appreciate that nerd life has become mainstream. I really do. We are taking over the world, and that's awesome. But there are still times, excuse me, where I'll walk into the room and be the only chick in a room of 50 people. And there are times when I'm like, okay, I'm okay with this because I'm comfortable with who I am and I know that I can take care of myself and I'm okay with that. But not every other woman in my role is. And it's nice to say that at Club Cosplay, you are completely safe.
Yeah.
And I think that's important.
And that's why Club Cosplay, when I say it's a safe space, it's really important. And they have people who actually walk around and make sure that you're safe. And they give a list of rules. When, the DJ and the MC, they go through rules. And rule number 1, when you get there, no douchebags. That's the first rule, and it's up in really huge letters on a screen that takes up the entire stage.
You sold me. I know lots of them, and I'd prefer them not to be around.
Well, see, there you go. If you act like a douchebag, you will be asked to leave without a refund for your ticket. You will be kicked out, no re-entry.
Right. And, we want to make sure that everybody knows that, Big Show Entertainment Network, we love geekettes and nerdettes, so we want everybody to feel safe in our work environments or our events. This is a celebration of the things that you love, and that's why I coined the term "own the love." Because if you own the love, if you love X-Men, you own the love of the X-Men. If you love Superman, and I'm a big Superman fan, you own the love of Superman. If you love Mad Moxie, you own the love of Mad Moxie. And that's why I'm so critical of Hollywood these days.
Nice Borderlands reference on a video game podcast,
yeah,
by the way.
Absolutely. I love video games.
See, that's the one side of the nerd thing I just don't cover. I'm not a gamer. I'm a tabletop girl. I don't do video games.
So then you are a gamer. You're just a tabletop gamer.
Yeah,
I think we all play games. It's just a matter of what we play.
I'm not a console person.
Right, and we cover tabletop games.
I know.
Want to give a big shout out to the what does he go by? The Irishman. So.
Oh yeah.
You've whipped
Sean
me
Patrick.
Yeah, exactly, Sean Patrick. So I can't use government names, so I have to ask permission of the HP first.
Yes,
but,
we don't believe in government names.
Yeah. Sean Patrick is the biggest gamer in the state of Colorado. And we
and
interviewed
game developer as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Tabletop game developer.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
So he's hooked in with Big Show Games and Tech Toys, and he's a great guy. And we always love being around Sean, and can't wait to hook up with him again. I think he's going to have a really big event coming up. I haven't had a time yet to sit and research it, but we'll definitely be covering that. So,
what's the last game you guys reviewed?
Let's see. JB reviewed, was it Recore? He just did that, and on Big Show Games and Tech Toys, every Thursday we do Throwback Thursday, which we highlight a game from the past. And I think this week was Chrono Trigger we highlighted. So he just did Recore, and I think he's getting ready to do a Forenza Horizon 3. So one of the big games coming out the 4th of November, Call of Duty. So every game that is due out between now and the first of the year is up on Big Show Games and Tech Toys. We cover every single game, every single release date. We give you the trailers. We give you the reviews. We give you tech toys like Spiro. the makers of BB-8. We interviewed them at Denver Comic Con.
Nice.
2016. Adam. I can't say his last name because HP's going to beat me over the head.
Probably.
But we did a review on lightsabers, new lightsabers. I mean, it's all. When I say we cover everything in the world of pop culture, and we're available to cover your event, just like we're doing today at KaPow. And I want to thank Mark and Laura. I didn't use government names either, so I want to thank
First
them
names are okay.
Yeah, she's training me, so
he can be taught.
Yeah, exactly. I want to thank them for having us here today. We love covering everyone's event. We want to celebrate because we talked about a little bit earlier about growing up as a geek, and we were always kind of the outsiders, and now today we're the insiders, and I love that. Like you said, it's like going to church. I feel like when I'm at a con or event like this, I'm with my family, I'm with my people, and we want to do everything we can to celebrate the culture.
And I think I think it's very important. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't have any sort of resentment to the past. Yeah, we were the outsiders, but that was kind of fun too.
Yeah, that was fun too.
Not as much fun as being the insider is.
Yeah, I agree.
See, I've always worn so many different hats and I'm a military kid.
Oh, I am too. Actually, so is Tyler.
So it's one of those things where it's like I've never really felt like outsider versus insider versus any of that sort of thing, where it's always just been I'm me, and you can either deal with it or not, and if you're going to deal with it, cool, and if not, be in your own space, and I'm not going to deal with you either. And so I don't really think of it as us versus them or any of that sort of thing, because that's just a waste of time and energy. But as far as I'm concerned, things are awesome. I really love the nerd culture. I mean, I'm the high priestess for a reason. I actually have, if you check out The Collective, like the Borg, on Facebook, right, we have a religion. It's listed as a religion and everything on Facebook. It's its own religious group. There's a logo and everything. There's a proper blessing. R2D2 be with you. The proper response is, so say we all.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there's hand gestures and everything. You just can't see it because, it's a podcast. But it's R2D2, be with you, and then so say we all. Hand gesture, first is Vogue, because I'm a girly girl, and then the second is from Dune. The remake, because I think the remake is better. I'm sorry to anybody who likes the original with Sting, but I like the remake better.
I didn't even know they remade it.
I didn't either.
I like the remake better because then they also did Children of Dune.
Are these TV movies?
Yes.
Okay, that's why.
Are they on Netflix?
No, but I have the DVDs.
Oh, I have to check that out.
We have to have like a viewing or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm down. Boxed wine and Dune. I'm on a budget.
Okay. Well, I'm a cognac guy and cigars.
Yeah, I drink red wine and eat dark chocolate. That's my jam.
Awesome. Well, I also want to say that Sean Howerton just walked in the door here, and
that is a full-on government name.
Oh my God, Sean, my buddy Sean, who is a big DC guy, and he's going to be joining us on Super Dave Reigns and the Big Show. He was there on one of the first one or two videos, so just wanted to mention that he's going to be joining us and doing movie reviews. And this guy's one of the smartest guys I know in the world of DC. So
I agree with all that, but
well, I'd like to apologize for the use of your government name because we're working on it. But
she's training me.
He still needs to be taught. Yeah, I think just a shock collar every time he uses a government name.
There you go, just push the button.
I'll be dead.
I'll set it on stun.
All right.
So I can tell you believe in Pavlovian methods as far as training your co-hosts.
technically he's a co-host slash business partner slash client. So, yeah.
We had to start using the term co-host because anytime I would introduce Tyler as my partner, there's just other connotations there that we weren't ready to deal with. So,
welcome to the new age, my friends.
exactly. Things have changed. People are breaking their backs on water slides.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, 1-900-911 gets you really hot firemen.
What about the fire girls?
I was so out of it, I don't even remember who showed up.
Yeah.
All I know is, give me pain meds, I hurt.
Yeah, well, we're glad you're here and that you're pulled through that.
But, it means I don't have a muggle job and I can be here with you fine people.
Right. So
what's your area of expertise?
Other than DC, apparently.
Other than DC?
I'm not sure that I have any area of expertise. DC,
Jack of all trades?
DC is what I'm more into. I love all the movies. Not up on it as much as Dave has been, just due to some family stuff that's been going on, but getting more into the Marvel, So, in fact, I'm a little behind the times, but we just watched Captain America's the new one.
Make love to the mic. Make love to the mic.
Sorry.
yeah,
There you go. There's some love
Yeah,
for the
so
mic.
we just watched the new Captain America last night. So
What'd you think?
outstanding.
I thought so,
I
too.
think one of the best, not just one of the best superhero-related movies I've seen, but honestly, story-wise, the way it was laid out, one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah,
So-
I thought so too. So, does your love of DC come from your childhood?
No, and it's funny, you guys were talking about that. I was not a geek as a kid. I was actually, I just kind of, was with everybody. I loved the movies and stuff, any of the movies that would come out, but I was never into the comics, never into cards, never collecting. Got into that much later. In fact, just got into that probably about, 8-10 years ago, and just kind of just dove into it head first. So, it gets expensive, but it's fun.
It
So-
does get expensive, and
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons why I got away from buying monthly issues, and I buy the graphic novels
That's
now.
what I'm doing
because
now.
Monthly issues of what?
comic books.
See what
I step away for
See what
1
happens when you
second.
step out?
All right, well, speaking of stepping out. No, that's why you have the internet.
so that's what I thought.
Anywho, so I have to head out. So this is the High Priestess saying R2D2 be with you all, except for those of you who have been misbehaving, in which case C3PO will be haunting you, because that's a little bitch who will stick around and bug the crap out of you. That is my curse.
All right.
All right, so
Thank you so much for
everybody
coming
take
by
care,
and
and I'm
talking to
sure
us.
I'll be talking to you all again soon.
Take care.
Bye.
Right on.
You doing musical chairs, Tyler?
We can switch back if this is.
No, it's
No, it's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm on.
I'm all about the musical chairs.
All right.
Are you on desktop?
What? Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I put up a picture for the live stream. It's just our picture.
I was scared for a second there. I was
Nah,
like,
no,
wait,
no.
it doesn't even look like anything's recording.
No, it all is.
Okay.
In fact, everything is still going. I just minimized it all. We're all good.
Cool.
We're live
Awesome.
streaming. We're on the internet. Tagged up. I said that we're live with Super Dave Rains.
That's right. This is your man, Super Dave Rains from Big Show Entertainment Network.
So you are a gamer, Super Dave, correct?
Well, I'm not really a gamer. I love the board game stuff. I don't have a console anymore. I just don't have time for it. My son is a big gamer, but I research it. I just do a lot of reading. I read constantly. So I'm researching games, tech toys. I like to be in the know. I research movies. I research cosplay. I'm the one thing about social media, it's great, it connects us, but it's like a 24/7 job. Our social media person Miriam says I need to tweet 20 times a day. I don't have time to tweet 20 times in a day.
I don't have 20 things to say in a day that I think are worth sharing with people.
I don't either. So I'm like, well, what am I gonna do? So, I do tweet from time to time. I tweeted before coming over here to KaPow, And Instagram is really nice because I'll put pictures of this event up. But Facebook is like, I'm like always touching it. It's just constant. And, I love it. It's a great resource. It's got great information to bring people together from really pretty much all over the world. Actually, I almost forgot. We have members of our fan club, which we call Super Cool Nation. I want to send a quick shout out to Super Cool Nation. We have members in 18 states in 3 different countries, I think now. So we're growing, and we really just started this thing back in April, and it didn't really take off until late June. So we're seeing some pretty good growth, and I'm really happy about it. But it's just a lot of work, guys. The social media stuff is just, wow. It's tougher to get rid of social media than an ex-wife. So, but which I have one of those. Yeah, it's just a great forum for information.
Yeah, and I prefer Facebook to Twitter, but I have my Twitter obviously linked. Where can we find you on Twitter and Instagram, since we're talking about that?
Well, actually, I think you can find me on Twitter at SDR, The Big Show, I believe. Instagram, I'd have to look again because I just started using it. But if you catch me on Facebook at Super Dave Rains and The Big Show, or Big Show Games and Tech Toys, or Big Show Cosplay Channel, I think you can email me. Let's see, it's is it at SDR? I'm gonna have to look it up. We have a Gmail account. I'm sorry, folks. I will get it for you in just a second.
It's all good.
It's SDRthebigshow@gmail.com if you want to get a hold of me. But there's many avenues to do that, and I always answer. I may not be able to answer Monday through Friday during the day because I work in a location that doesn't allow cell phones. So, but yeah, that's definitely where you can find me. So on Twitter and Facebook, Instagram, it's just so new. I haven't really gotten used to it yet.
So besides the big thing that you can't talk about, and you've already talked too much about, what do you guys have coming up next? Where do our listeners go next to find out what's happening?
Well, the next thing we have coming up is October the 22nd and the 23rd. That's Colorado Cosmic Con. And I want to send a shout out to John. I can't say his last name, or HP is going to beat me over the head and shoulders. But Colorado Cosmic Con, which is the 22nd and 23rd of October at the Doubletree right here in Colorado Springs off I-25 and Circle. That's really the next big thing for us. Then, of course, we go to movies. So when we post a movie up on our site, we always invite our fan base out to meet us and go to the movies with us. So, if you're like me and you're single and you don't have anybody to go to the movies with, you can always go to the movies with us. We always do opening night, so there's no excuse for you sitting home alone. But yeah, that's the next big thing for us. And I think after that, I think Decadence, which will be the 30th and 31st of December. It's one of the things that we celebrate on Big Show Cosplay Channel is electronic dance music. So I'm a big bass head. So I'm a huge Above and Beyond fan. Deadmau5, Knife Party, you name it, I love them. Tiesto, Josh Wink, Ronnie Cycli. So we will be at Decadence, Denver. We probably won't be in the event, but we'll cover it from the outside. I haven't had a chance to email them yet, so we'll be doing that. Galaxy Fest, I think, is that February, guys?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, so want to get Sid in here in a minute. I'm going to step out and have Sid come in, but that's she's one of the co-hosts on Big Show Cosplay Channel. and one of the smartest people I know in the world of pop culture. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to her. But, guys, I appreciate you having me on the program today.
Oh, it was absolutely our pleasure.
Yeah, I just can't wait to hang out with you guys again. And it was Tyler and
Eric.
Okay, Eric and Tyler. Guys, if you're not listening to Eric and Tyler, you're not plugged in. So you need to get with Eric and Tyler. These are two of the coolest dudes in pop culture. And if you want to find me, find them. So so it's kind of like, what is it, Black Panther? Where's his homeland?
Wakanda.
So they're in Wakanda. I'm in Wakanda. So hook up with them. But once again, thanks, everybody. We love you. Definitely follow Big Show Entertainment Network, Super Dave Reigns and the Big Show Movie Review Panel, Own the Love, Big Show Games and Tech Toys, Game On, and Big Show Cosplay Channel. Always be yourself. And remember to own the love.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, they're on podcast.
And you want to sit down now? Okay. Hey, man.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, you got to come over to the cave sometime, dude.
Yeah, I am. Definitely.
Okay.
I will. You guys got exclusive.
Seriously.
All you got to do is call. You got exclusive inside track with me.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, no doubt, man.
All right.
Hey, man. Hi, Rick.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, brother. Hey, Sid, right?
Yes.
All right.
You guys are gonna want to go like right into the mic. Okay.
Got it.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Are we still live streaming?
We're still live streaming.
All right,
yes,
well,
absolutely.
then let's not interrupt this. So, switching guests here, I've got across the table from me Sid Suicide.
Yes.
To my left, new friend Aiden, big comic book and Batman fan. So, who are you dressed as today, Sid?
I am the Wasp.
You are Wasp. Okay,
Yes.
I was gonna guess that, but I didn't want to be wrong. So, very
Well,
awesome costume.
Thank you.
And you work with the Big Show as well, correct?
Yes. Yes, I do.
What do you do for them?
I usually go to, like, if I go to cons that they aren't at, like, across the country, I will, like, relay the information. Like, I went to San Diego Comic-Con and got all the exclusive Marvel information, and I was, texting them as, like, the stuff was being presented to us. So it was pretty cool, and I do cosplay a lot, so, like, that's why I'm in the cosplay channel.
So what is life like for a suicide girl?
Well, here I'm not actually really recognized very much, which is fine. But every single time I go out to California, somebody screams my name from across, like, the street, and I'm like, how do you even know me? Like, I have been on the site for 12 and a half years now, and, like, it's not like I'm a very well-known suicide girl. I mean, I'm one of the kind of originals, but it's funny when, like, that California seems to know who I am, but Colorado doesn't.
Well, you've still got time.
Oh, I'm fine with it. Like, I actually used to have a guy at college who stalked me and, like made me sign his Suicide Girls book just before, like, my finals. And I was like, I am about to go into my singing final. Why are you presenting me with a copy of this book?
Did that stalker look kind of like this guy over here?
No.
I'd believe it.
No.
So, Aiden,
Yeah.
I have one question to ask you.
All right.
I've heard from a good source of mine that you're a pretty big Batman fan.
Definitely.
What was your first exposure to the character?
Surprisingly, it was about 2 years ago. The Killing Joke. I got the deluxe edition graphic novel, and before that, when I was younger, I didn't really like Batman because I didn't see him as much of a superhero. Like Superman was like flying, and like Batman just used gadgets. But then I read The Killing Joke and realized there was more of a complexity to Batman that Superman didn't necessarily have, and the characters were more in depth. That really struck me. Like, it was great.
So you like Batman because he's more human.
Yeah, and he has more flaws, and he's not just goody two shoes. Like there's a darkness aspect to him.
Okay, that's very fair. Batman fan as well, Sid?
Actually, I've never really been able to get myself into DC Comics. I feel bad about it because people are always like, you should cosplay as this or that, and I'm just like, I just never, I don't cosplay things that I don't already read. All of my cosplays are based off of, my loves at the time, and I have a Captain Marvel cosplay that I wear all the time because I love her, and I have Pixie from X-Men, and I'm kind of obsessed with her because she's like me in comic form because I'm a tiny little girl with pink hair and underneath all the wigs, but yeah, I'm just more of a Marvel fan.
So do you base your cosplay on that? You only dress as characters that you like to read?
Yes. I mean, I don't want to be one of those people who girls get a lot of disrespect for cosplaying because they're always asking do you really know this and this about your character? And I'm one of those who do. And I don't want to be one of those people who's just like, oh, I'm just wearing it because it's the skimpiest outfit I could find or whatever. I make most of my costumes by hand, so it's just one of those labors of love.
I'm actually surprised. You really do get a lot of guff or crap for people think you don't know the books?
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate.
I've actually been in comic book shops buying comic books when guys had been debating me. Not even in a costume, just about what I'm buying.
And I guess we don't experience that. And I know you cosplay because I saw a most excellent picture of your. I can't even call it Karate Kid, even though it was, because it was so much better than that.
Yeah.
You did Daniel after he got beat up.
Yeah, and it was it was a moment that was only 2 seconds in the movie, and I was like, oh, nobody's gonna recognize this. So I walked around the con and nobody noticed it. And I show up to meet the Karate Kid, and they all recognize it right away, and they're like, that is the most awesome costume I've ever seen. I've never seen anyone do that, and that was a moment of excellence.
I was very happy to not only see your costume, but I was also happy the reaction that Ralph Macchio and William Zabka and Martin Kove gave to you.
Yeah, they were super nice about it. And then I went to the panel after, and Ralph Macchio actually recognized me and was like,
that's awesome.
So it was pretty fun.
So you're a little bit younger. You're probably the youngest person we've ever had on the podcast. Where does your love for the Karate Kid come from? That movie came out when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Well, I started karate. I did karate for a while, and I started it when I was 7. And so when the Jaden Smith bad remake came out, my grandpa's like, in order for you to be allowed to be able to watch this, you have to watch all the originals. So he sat me down for 8 hours and showed me Karate Kid 1, 2, 3, The Karate Kid, and Continues, and all those. And I just really fell in love with the movies, and I've been watching them ever since.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It seems like you're a little bit more of an old soul, if you will.
Definitely, yeah.
Which, nothing wrong with that, because I'm an old person in general.
And I'm an old person, even though I don't look it. But yeah.
I'm not going to ask you your age unless you want to give it. You can't be that old.
I'm 32.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, you're older than Tyler, and you have way more hair too.
That's always going to be true.
As the years go on, even more true, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to have to shave my head. I will be bald.
I think we should do that tonight.
I'm going to have to go for kind of a Bruce Willis look, and I think I can pull it off, maybe. I'm going to get contacts and work out. And
you can always just do the Mr. T, or Hulk Hogan shave. I did that to my husband when he had to go back to work in the army, and I had to I just shaved a little bald spot in the middle of his head and gave him a skullet.
No, I'm gonna go for Bruce Willis.
So you guys both love comics.
Yeah.
Where else do you kind of put your fork into the pie that is geek culture?
I do a lot of movies too. I watch movies all the time, and TV shows that don't necessarily exist anymore, like Firefly. That's my favorite TV show of all time.
Firefly's awesome.
Yeah.
Where else do you go, Sid, besides Marvel?
Well, besides Marvel.
Is there anything
Yeah,
besides
there is.
Marvel?
I mean, there's this like concept art book of like Portal stuff. I love the video game Portal. I actually have like the turret and the companion cube tattooed to my feet, like one on one foot and one on the other. And like it's just like I like stuff like that. I can't even I don't know describe. I like TV shows. I mean, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is Marvel, but it's like my favorite show. And I go to conventions. I learn about new stuff, and I get excited and start reading new comics. Actually, I've been reading Saga because I knew Fiona. This is a little bit of a trivia fact. She was a Suicide Girl at one time. So we had been on the site at the same time, and when she came to Denver Comic Con, she recognized me, and my husband was all giddy about it. So it was funny.
Tell us a little bit about Saga, because I have never read it, but I hear a buzz about it a lot. Nathan, you can chime in too if you've read it, but I don't know much about Saga.
Yeah, I mean, I've just started, but it's kind of like this. If I can put it in simpler terms, it's kind of like Warcraft, World of Warcraft, because they're like clashing like clans and what have you, and like these two people fell in love who were not of the same race and had a baby, and it's in this dystopian future, and they're just not accepted. So I mean I feel like it's almost an allegory for maybe like gay acceptance or whatever. I would, not expect anything less out of Fiona. So.
Yeah, I've never read it, but it's been going a while, hasn't it?
Yeah. My husband reads it way more than I do, but.
So would you recommend starting from the beginning and just kind of diving right in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll have to check that out then. I'm looking for something new to read. And I would figure after I left here today, I might have a couple good ideas. So.
Well, Langdon Foss's Loki.
Yeah.
So.
Right, yeah, I saw that as I walked in today, which was also very exciting.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite comic artists. I own so many pieces of his concept art and stuff. It's not even funny, but
that's awesome.
I'm so excited he's working for Marvel now. So.
Yeah, we talked about this. I guess we podcasted out of here a couple weeks ago, and we talked about how DC seems to have a handhold on a lot of the good artists, and I'm hoping that they do float back a little bit to Marvel, because I love DC, but make mine Marvel. I'm a Marvel guy.
Yeah.
I'm always very happy, but I think both do different things well. I've heard DC is actually really killing it right now with their new stories. I haven't read any of them. Have you guys?
Not really.
I've read some of the new Batman, but not a lot of it.
Is Scott Snyder still writing it?
I think he's doing some of it. I don't think he's doing all of it, but when he did New 52, that was great. I love Scott Snyder Batman. He did good.
He did a very good job with the character, and I hope he sticks with it. I liked Greg Capullo's art a lot too. I thought that was good. So Sid, what's upcoming for you? Where can I can see you right now, but where can our fans see you upcoming?
Well, they can see me on suicidegirls.com, obviously. I'm very active on Instagram. My handle is just @SidSuicide. I have a Facebook fan page, which is, Facebook/SidSuicide. And you can usually see me at conventions. I am getting word on Thursday if I'm going to be heading out to New York Comic Con, so all expenses paid, but yeah, because I'm
tell me what that's like.
Oh, I mean,
because Tyler and I pay all of our expenses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is kind of new for me too. I haven't really done that before, but I just kind of made a connection with somebody who's kind of a bigwig in the field, and he wants me to be an official cosplayer with him, and he wants to do an interview with me about, because I actually have a disability and I still try to keep myself going, My disability is called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means like my joints pop out of the sockets a lot, and like it's pretty much a general like you're always in pain type of thing. But I still don't let it get to me. Like I still do these cosplays, and I still go to cons. It's just, I don't know, in my nature to not really give up.
Well, and when you do go to New York Con, because I'm sending good vibes your way, that's going to
Thank
happen
you.
for you. What would a weekend at New York Comic Con be like for you? Walking around, making appearances, doing interviews?
Probably all of that, all the above. They want to take pictures of me, especially with like the Marvel booth and stuff like that, and I'll be working with some more famous cosplayers that, you know, are way more well known than could ever be. But I'm really excited. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly what's going down yet, but I'm really, really excited.
Will you be doing WASP up there?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Or do you get to pick, or do they dictate what you...
I get to pick.
You get to pick, okay.
Yeah, I mean, most of my cosplays are Marvel anyway, except for I have an Archer cosplay. I do Waifu, and my husband dresses as Krieger because we both look like the characters. And I have a Portal test subject suit too, so I wear that.
Where does this love of Portal come from, and do you like Portal 2 better than the first Portal?
Actually, I can't really say. I don't know where the love of Portal came from. It was just this, you know, I like video games that don't really have much of a goal in the end or whatever. Like Animal Crossing is one of my favorite. I mean, I don't want to be in like a competition type video game, although I do play Diablo 3, but I never do the peer versus peer because it's just kind of, I don't know, it angers me. I just don't like being, I'm too passive. I don't like being like, I don't like fighting.
You prefer something more casual.
Yeah, exactly. And Portal is more like solving puzzles and using your mind instead of, you know, just, you know, fighting a bad guy. So.
It's true. I'm a huge fan of Portal. It's really tough for me to say if I liked 2 more than 1 because oh my gosh,
it's hard.
Yeah.
So neither one of you is going to give me a choice on that one. That says a lot about the game.
Yeah. I would definitely start off with 1 because then you get like the storyline at least.
You kind of got to know what's going on. If it was a combined game, I would just say both of them. They're tied.
Yeah, exactly.
Portal fan, Aiden?
I've never played. I'm more of an Uncharted fan.
You and I will have to sit down and talk because I am a big Uncharted fan. I will recommend, though, if you've never played Portal, is it on PlayStation or is it just Xbox?
It was on PlayStation.
It was on
Portal
everything.
2
It was on everything,
all
okay.
of them, yeah.
Yeah, it's
could-
on Steam too.
Yeah, so I think you could get the original Portal in the orange box.
Yes.
On the
On the
360.
consoles, yep.
Well, it's on both. It's on
Yep.
PS3 as well.
Yeah.
Yep. And then you could pick up Portal 2 was actually on consoles.
Yeah.
I don't think they redid it on the new consoles though. So you have to
No.
go PS3.
It is backwards compatible, at least on the one. I know Sony doesn't support the backwards compatibility, but sometimes they have stuff that's downloadable. But to your point, too, it is on Steam.
Yes,
So anyone can get
I
it.
play it on my computer, so.
And it can't be too expensive.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think it is. And they're always having like the Steam summer sale or the Steam sale. I think I bought Portal 2 for like not even $10. Like when I first got it, and it was like when it first came out, and they just happened to have the big sale.
So you do Wasp, you do Miss Marvel. Any other Marvel cosplays that we can look forward to, or anything you're thinking about doing in the future?
I'm starting a Gwenpool cosplay. That has been my kind of the bane of my existence because I've had to redo it, like do the first ones a few times, and then I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna move on to version Mark II and just start out from scratch again because like I was gonna wear it in a competition, and like the whole when I was putting it on, like half of the stuff started falling apart, and I was like, oh my god. So that's, you know, it's fine. It's part of making your own cosplays. Sometimes you have to redo stuff.
That's fair. I'm super obsessed with specifically Spider-Gwen, but Gwenpool.
Yeah,
is
I'm
really
gonna
awesome
do
too.
a Spider-Gwen as well.
Tyler's heart just melted. I don't know if you guys could hear that.
Although I don't think I'm gonna make that one. That just seems a little complicated. I actually have a Spider-Gwen dress. Like it's like her whole suit with
I'm just
the
like,
hood.
I'm just dying over here. It's so amazing.
I think next year at Denver Comic Con, Spider-Gwen will be the Harley Quinn.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? You still think Harley will always?
Harlequin is always gonna be that thing because it's easy. I hate to say it, it's kind of skanky.
You can say it.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, people turn it into that, and
Especially the new one.
yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what's going to be probably more prevalent too, because I heard Margot Robbie just got signed to do
Her own movie.
her own movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're going to use a bunch of footage that they filmed that they didn't use in the movie, like 20 hours of Harley Quinn Joker footage that they didn't use.
Yeah.
Which would have been so awesome.
Yeah, it would have made the movie like 10 times better.
Still haven't seen it.
I haven't either. I've actually seen some of that extra footage though.
Is it good? And did them taking Joker out of the movie, did that ruin it for you guys? Because I have no frame of reference here.
Yeah, a little bit. Joker's my favorite character, so when they only had him for like 8 minutes, it's like, you should add more Joker and less like...
But
Extra
Jared
stuff.
Leto.
I'm with you.
I
Not a fan.
I kind of thought that way, especially after seeing what they were doing with his appearance
Yeah.
and seeing some of the few clips that they did show. But based on what I did see, he was actually really good.
Yeah.
Granted, it like he said, it was literally 5 minutes.
Yeah.
and so
They were telling us at San Diego Comic-Con that he was actually sending like live rats to the cast.
Yeah, and other things like dead animals.
Yeah, and
I-
I'm like, that's really messed up, man. Like,
yeah, that's awesome though. If you're gonna get
Oh.
into a character and
Yeah.
you're gonna be that character on
I think
set,
it's taking it a little too far.
no way. That's how I would
No.
have done it if I were the Joker.
I heard that
He's a method actor.
Yeah, I heard that he's mad at the entire people because when he signed on to the movie, it was supposed to be entirely different.
Yeah.
And so he's feeling like he got kind of gypped out of the movie because it was supposed to be an entirely different movie where Joker was a big part and he didn't.
Well, what happened is Batman versus Superman was not what they
Yeah.
wanted, and
Yeah.
I heard they went back to Suicide Squad, and it was a much darker film,
Yeah.
which would warrant more Joker. And they made it jokey.
Yeah,
And
but-
again, I haven't seen it, but I heard it's not even comparable to what Marvel's output recently
Yeah.
has been.
Yeah, I think Marvel is winning on the movies. Like,
I don't even
unfor-
think
you
it
know.
can be considered
Yeah.
close
Yeah.
anymore.
I mean, people keep saying, "Oh, DC is gonna catch up," and it's hasn't really happened. And they also say DC shows are better than Marvel's, but I don't
DC
really
shows
think so.
are better than. Well,
Have you seen Daredevil
I was gonna say Daredevil's really good.
or Jessica Jones?
Both were amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know there's so much hatred for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I don't get why. Because it's like that cheesy comic book universe, like, you would get if you were reading a comic. And people don't appreciate that because I don't think they read comics anymore. They just go to the movies and think they're an expert on, XYZ.
I like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm
I
a little
love
bit
it.
behind on it, but I like how it fits in with the universe, but it's not all about Thor, Hulk, Spider-Man, things like that.
Yeah. And I love Agent Coulson. When he when Clark Gregg came to Denver Comic Con, he signed my Funko of him in the car, and Lola the car.
Oh, that's awesome!
So-
What a great piece to get signed
Yeah.
by Clark Gregg.
They stuck like a certificate of authenticity sticker on it and all that stuff. He also signed my Shield membership card that I got before the show came out. But I got it online and all I had to do was pay $1 for shipping. So it was like, yeah.
So this question is going to be for both of you guys, then, since I know you attend cons a lot. Coolest person you've ever met in a con, in your opinion, and either one of you can go first.
That's a hard question. Actor-wise, probably the Karate Kid or Alan Tudyk. Alan Tudyk was also very nice. Artist-wise, definitely Tim Sale, hands down.
Wow. So did you meet Tim Sale this past year?
Yeah, twice.
I missed him.
he's like one of the nicest people ever, and like he'll have a conversation. Like if the line's not busy, he'll sit there and have a conversation with you about Batman, and
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like to hear stuff like that. I like when, the celebrity that you hold in such a high regard ends up being, I know that they're real people, but ends up being just a regular nice person.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I don't know. Well, I sort of met Stan Lee because he leaned on me the first 5 minutes. I went to my first San Diego Comic-Con, and I was like, I can die happy now. He also said, hello, super fan. And I was just, I was dying inside.
I would have died.
I wasn't even wearing a Marvel costume, and I was so embarrassed that I wasn't. But he knew when I saw the recognition of him in my face, he knew I was a huge fan. So that was pretty awesome. And people tell me it's weird that he decided to touch me on the shoulder because he doesn't like anyone touching him.
I've heard that.
Yeah. So I don't know. Comic book artists, Langdon's always fun to hang out with and talk to. I've actually hung out with him outside of comic settings, at Bristol Brewery and stuff like that. But I'm trying to think of who else. Roman Dirge is really nice. I have a bunch of mutual friends with him, so he'll spend even if he has a line, and I feel so bad, but he'll spend 20 minutes talking to me, and he'll just be just come off to the side so we can talk, kind of thing. And he's invited me to get dinner with him before and stuff like that. And I have met a lot of awesome people at San Diego Comic-Con because I stayed in the Hard Rock Hotel this year. So I was staying in the same hotel as all these celebrities. So I met almost all of the cast of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Wow.
Yeah.
That must have been cool as a fan for you.
Oh, yeah. It was the only time I've ever fangirled really hard in my life. And my friend was like, I've never seen her do this.
So, you say all the cast of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was...
Almost all of them.
Who wasn't there?
There were a couple that weren't there. Basically, it's easier for me to tell you who was there.
Okay.
I got to meet the girl who plays Agent Simmons. I got to meet Fitz and the girl who and Chloe Bennett who plays Quake. They were all in the same spot. It was just funny. You'd be in an elevator and somebody famous would be standing next to you.
So Quake is Daisy, right?
Yes.
Okay. See, that's how far behind I am.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm halfway through season 3. Aren't they on 4 now with
yeah,
Ghost Rider?
they just started 4. Yeah.
I guess I'm not that far behind.
No,
but,
you're probably not. But,
No,
yeah.
Simmons would have been my number one choice to meet, only because I have a huge
I
crush
got to
on
get
her.
I got to get a selfie with her, so I was so excited.
Oh my God, that's awesome!
Yeah.
Is that up on your website? Can people see that?
Yeah.
That's sweet. I'm
Actually,
so
it's
jealous.
on my Instagram right now. I just put it up not too long ago.
And what was your Instagram, just so we get it out there one more time?
Instagram /Sid Suicide.
Really easy to find that.
Yeah.
And then Facebook as well, Twitter, anything else you want to put out there?
They're all at Sid Suicide. You'll find me just under Sid Suicide.
So yeah, really easy to find, and we'll put up links on the Bitfaced page as well. I'm sure actually
Awesome.
Tyler's probably doing that in the background right now. So that's what we do here. What are you guys both excited about coming up this year? Movies, comics, video games. What's on the burner?
I just heard that Mark Hamill, after The Killing Joke, like we were talking about earlier, I think movies-wise, Marvel will always beat DC, but I think DC could catch up animated movies-wise.
Yeah.
And after The Killing Joke, which the first half was the second half was amazing, that Mark Hamill and both Kevin Conroy signed up to do both Hush and The Death of the Family, which are 2 excellent Batman comics, so I'm really excited to see how they do that.
Are they doing Hush or Death first?
I'm not sure. I hope they do Hush, because that's my second favorite, because...
I'm a big Hush fan. I hope that they maybe one day decide to do The Long Halloween.
Yeah, that's a great issue.
Even though it's kind of already been adapted in the video game universe.
That was great.
I'm kind of curious. You said DC might catch up in the animated?
Yeah.
I think DC is ahead.
I think they're ahead, but if anything does happen, I think they do better in animated than actual live-action movies.
Yeah.
It's easier for comics to be adapted.
I mean, I don't watch any of the Marvel cartoons, but
Yeah.
whatever.
I haven't either. Now, do you not watch them because you haven't heard that they were not good? Yeah, I haven't. I just have never popped one on, except the old X-Men.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I grew up on that. So, what I'm looking forward to, and this is purely based off of San Diego Comic-Con. They had this huge, amazing, like, laser light show, and like they had all these screens surrounding Hall H for Doctor Strange, and it was just like they brought out mist and everything, and it looked so amazing. And I was like, one of those people who was like, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of Benedict Cumberbatch, but now seeing the footage I saw, what are you laughing at?
I like Benedict Cumberbatch quite a lot.
Sorry,
He's great.
I don't know, I just don't.
Have you seen the show Sherlock?
I have. I just didn't really get into it.
But he's amazing, and that show's great.
And mine.
You just broke my heart.
I'm so sorry.
It was melted, and now it's broken.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. It happens every week.
Oh, okay.
It's true.
And I can't wait for Guardians 2 based on the footage. And they also showed us some footage they filmed for Spider-Man Homecoming, which was awesome.
Can you fill me in on what you saw?
Basically, they did a little scene where, like, he was like in his high school, and they introduced which characters were playing who, and it looks like a John Hughes movie. It's really awesome.
You're not the first person that's told me that, and that gets me so excited because I think that's what you need to do with the character. We've already seen the story that they've done 6 or 7 times.
Although a lot of people are mad that that Mary Jane is being played by a black girl.
Now, I heard that too. Is that official?
Yes.
It is. So Zendaya is Mary Jane.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, but you've seen that picture, right? I think she's going to do fine.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely great.
Yeah. I was a little I was a little shocked at first when I saw her come out on the stage, and I was like, but she would, then I thought about it, just like, she would be great. I'm also looking forward to Black Panther and, of course, Captain Marvel, because I am a big Captain Marvel dork.
What did you think about the casting there?
I'm actually excited.
I am too.
Like, I really, really wanted Charlize Theron to be Captain Marvel.
She even looks like Captain Marvel.
She does. It's like, that's why, like, one of the reasons why, but she's also a phenomenal actress. I think Brie Larson has come a long way from 21 Jump Street, which is way better. Like, because that was the only time I had seen her, and then I actually watched Room when I got back from San Diego, and I was like, all right, she's gonna be able to pull this stoic, historic woman off. So
I'm glad we're actually getting a Captain Marvel movie.
I am too. I hate that they pushed it back, though.
Do you think that's because of Wonder Woman, or do you think that's because of other reasons?
They pretty much pushed it back because they wanted to fit in another Guardians of the Galaxy and the Spider-Man, because they didn't have access to Spider-Man at the time that they had announced that they were doing Captain Marvel movie, but now, they've got,
Now that they have Spider-Man back, and I don't know if you guys disagree with this, I thought the 10 minutes we got to see Spider-Man in Civil War was the best version of Spider-Man they've ever put on
I
screen.
agree. Definitely. My husband and I both think that it's like he is the best actor to take on that role. He embodies Spider-Man.
Just the thought of him actually having the Queen's accent. As soon as I heard him talk, I was like, "Oh wow!" So they're really going to do this. They're going to make Peter Parker a real character. And I don't, even though I guess he was in high school technically when Tobey Maguire, played him. Tobey Maguire's 45 years old. He doesn't look. It didn't look like he was in high school. This is a real kid.
Every single one of those Tobey Maguire movies is just bad.
I liked Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, I liked them better than the Amazing Spider-Man movies with Garfield because I felt like at least the first two were pretty good.
I didn't really watch those very much. I was kind of unimpressed by
You
the first one.
can watch the first one. Don't ever.
No, I watched
Don't
the
watch-
first
Oh, you saw the
one.
first
I saw
one.
the
Don't watch
first
the
one.
second one.
Don't ever watch The Amazing
Okay.
Spider-Man.
It was awful. The Amazing Spider-Man 2, literally just awful.
Yeah.
I had seen it before Eric, and Eric's like, should I go see it? What would you rate it? And I was like, 2.5 maybe out of 10.
If you guys have any reverence towards the Gwen Stacy storyline in the Marvel comics, don't ruin. Don't ruin.
Oh no,
yourself
I already
with that.
know what happens. So
It's handled so poorly in the movie too. I mean, I think all of us as Spider-Man fans knew what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
How were they going to pull it off? And it's
didn't
not
do
pulled
it
off.
good,
For,
no.
yeah, they didn't pull it off at all.
that's a bummer.
Well, I mean, the movie was so bad that that's why Marvel's getting Spider-Man
Yeah,
back. So
because
maybe
they-
it was a good thing.
Yeah, I don't even know if because I don't know. Like, have you guys heard of Rift Tracks?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mystery Science Theater 3000 guys. Yeah. I know they've riffed the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans. I don't know if they did the newer ones, the Amazing Spider-Man, but I recommend watching any really bad movie with one of their tracks attached because it's always hilarious. Like, even like my favorite movies, like The Avengers, has a track, and I was like I'm always laughing, and now I can't watch the movie without hearing their voices in my head saying what they say about it, and I just, so now I just watch the Riff Tracks version of it all the time instead.
What are y'all's favorite comic book movies of all time?
That's a hard question.
It's a very
It
hard
is a
question.
question.
Probably the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy, the first two out of the three. I didn't like the Bane one because I read that, like, the whole, like, 600-page graphic novel, and I was like, they totally screwed up the story of Bane. Like, hardly any of it has to do with the comic books, and it's like they could have done that so easily.
I liked the third movie better than a lot of people did, but I understand everyone's complaints. And how do you... Dark Knight is a pretty high precipice to come
Definitely.
off of. Even, I would say a lot of people still put Dark Knight above Avengers, above Civil War, above Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
I think Civil War has been my favorite comic book movie.
Yeah.
I really did like Civil War. I actually got to go to an early screening of it like a month before it came out. So when I saw it on opening day, I already knew what was coming. But they didn't show us the end credit scene at the screening. But that's fine. That was fine. But some idiot pulled the fire alarm on. I was like, "Are you copping to the?" Because you just waved when I said some idiot pulled the fire alarm, and you're just like
No.
waving.
I'm waving to little girls.
Oh, okay. That just made everything sound worse.
Yeah, all three
sure
of us
did.
had the same reaction to that. Like, ew.
Yeah.
No, I'm just being friendly and nice. I'm saying hi to people. My bad. Whatever.
No, it just looked like you were like being raising your hand, like you pulled the fire alarm just before Giant Man came on the screen.
I had to ruin it for you.
Well, it was somebody playing a joke, but after the Aurora shooting, like, you don't, especially in Colorado, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
It wasn't really me, just so you know.
it was just, it was scary because we didn't know if somebody was in the building or whatever. So, but I mean, they
I
let
think
us
it's
back
sad
in.
though that I bet all four of us, anytime we go to a movie now, especially a premiere, that's always in the back of our heads. Is it
Especially
not?
superhero movies now.
Exactly.
Or
Always
ones
in the
with
back of my
deranged
head.
villains like Joker. It's like,
I agree.
And I don't like that. I don't like that someone came into our safe space, a place that I think that all four of us probably go to escape a little bit,
Yeah.
to kind of get out of our normal life a little bit, and that we have to be worried about that. I had friends tell me that I was nuts for going to see Star Wars opening night.
that,
They're
I
like-
went there, and
I
that was
went
the most
opening
terrifying
night,
because it's
too.
so huge. Like,
And yeah, it's and I hope that we're moving away from that. And it's disturbing that we've gotten to that point though.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like being scared. I mean, people even mentioned Denver Comic Con. I was like, nothing's gonna happen
Yeah,
there.
people were saying, a lot about that. It was like, No, Denver Comic Con isn't like something terrorists are
No,
gonna
it's
care
like a
about.
safe haven where
Safest
people
place
can
in
go
the
to hang out and
Yeah.
talk
But, like,
about things without worrying.
I actually used to live in Boston, and my friend's cousin was one of the initial 3 who died from the Boston Marathon bombing. So, I experienced, secondhand, like, what had happened. And I had met her in passing, because, she was my friend's cousin. And my friend had just gotten back from her honeymoon the day before, and her cousin was in her wedding. And, I felt so bad. And I even offered her entire family if they even wanted to come out and fly out to Colorado, because they were being held hostage by the media. So basically, everything, I'm kind of scared, like, I don't want another one of these tragedies to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want them to happen at all. I certainly don't want them to happen at any sort of events that our geek community would be involved in.
Yeah, I mean, and they were doing like the last 20, I don't know what it was, like the 26-mile marker or whatever was dedicated to the kids from Sandy Hook. And yeah, that was kind of...
Well, you know what? This is all terrible to talk about. And here's the thing, is I don't think about that in the back of my mind because it could happen anywhere.
Yeah, it's true.
And so why worry about it?
That's true.
That lets them win.
Oh, no, I get
That's
it. I
what they
get
wanna
it.
do.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how I feel. But, I mean, I do kind of already have a little bit of a social anxiety issue. So, like, I just don't like being in really big crowds of people.
Yeah.
And yet, you cosplay and you go to these giant crowds of people.
And I work at the Suicide Girls booths at some cons too. So
You're always around tons of people.
I know, but I am medicated for for my social anxiety. Like, I won't even like talk to people on the phone unless it's like my husband or my mother. It's like I am afraid to call people too. Like,
You're like my favorite person because sometimes people call me and I'm just like,
I'm like, text
Decline.
me.
Yeah, that's how I am. I'm like, I'll just text you that way I don't have to actually talk to you. Like,
Exactly.
Because with this social anxiety, you have to have at least, maybe this is a bad estimate, 50 to 100 people per con per day asking you for a picture, probably more.
Actually, this year wasn't as much. Actually, I got more pro photographers this year came and took pictures of me
Which is awesome.
than anything. My friend and I both dressed up as Miss Marvel one day. We didn't even make it out of the hotel, and there was a guy taking pictures of us, like asking us to stop and pose for him. And then I did a Kamala Khan cosplay as well, and I got to meet Sansa, the creator,
Awesome.
like co-creator. And my costume wasn't exact, and I kind of made it my own. And I was like, I feel so bad I'm wearing this. It doesn't look like exactly like the character, and I'm meeting the person who created her, and I'm just like, and she was like, no, I'm really inspired by your outfit. Like, I think she might have to wear something like that one of these days. I was just like, awesome.
That's incredible. I hope that comes to fruition so
Me
you get
too.
to see that.
I'm like, I always want to be like an inspiration for a comic book or a comic book character. That would be like my dream.
yeah.
How many cons do you do a year, average?
At least 2. I think I'm actually adding WonderCon onto that now. So, because I went to it this year. And I'm really hoping for New York Comic Con. That would be my first time at New York Comic Con. If I go to that, then it will be probably for a year, maybe even more, because I will be, cosplaying for specific people. So.
But you'll always be at Denver Comic Con, right?
Oh yeah.
We just wanted to make sure for.
As long as it doesn't coincide with San Diego Comic Con ever. And as long as you guys don't ever do it on Memorial Day ever again, because that was
that was horrible.
cluster.
Like, all the celebrities
Like,
canceled.
It was just all the hotels were jacked up twice
Yeah.
the price because of that. Yeah,
it's super late this year. It's not till like the end of June.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this will be the third time they've moved the date's been moved too. No, I'm with you. That year that it was that the first year we went?
Yeah, I think so. It
Yeah,
sure was.
it was.
I went the year before for the first time I went, and I was in my Pixie cosplay, which is latex. It's a latex hat suit, so it looked authentic, like like the X-Men suits.
It's awesome.
And it was like my 30th birthday, and Friday the 13th, and I had to stand in that line. Like there was a line wrapped around the building, and it was just like insane. And ever since then, because I blog about stuff on Suicide Girls and everything, I get media passes, so I don't have to deal
Those
with
lines are
standing in
intense.
those lines.
Eric, we're gonna have to try to get media passes.
Yeah. We've actually only gone in as ourselves.
I can totally give you the contact information for the guy.
Give it to Tyler, since that's a Tyler department,
Well, it's
but we
like
would
on
love
my
to.
computer, but
Oh no, yeah, we can
fine.
do email and things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I've learned though that the past 2 years at Denver Comic Con, I'm not walking in that door until noon. I let the lines all go in, then I'll stroll.
I get there like 4 hours early and stand right by the door and just wait there.
You're
I'm like, I want to
right.
see this before everybody, like, because last year on Saturday, you couldn't even move. Like, there was so many people.
Yeah, it made me. I was like freaking out. Like,
So if you get there early before all the crowds, because when my mom and I first got there, we walked to the Tim Sale booth, and there was like nobody in the like convention room, and Tim Sale was just like sitting there, like, okay, sure, and like,
Yeah, I think if you want to get an autograph or if you want to get in before everybody, it definitely works
Yeah.
out. But that line, gosh,
It's
I mean, it was
intense.
wrapped around the
and
building
San
this year.
Diego, you get if you get professional passes or like the handicap tags, which I get both because of my handicap. But like if you get that, you get to go in an hour earlier. But I couldn't wake up on time to go in an hour earlier because like 8 a.m. is not my time.
I've never been to San Diego Comic-Con. How does it compare to Denver? I mean, I know it's the biggest con in the world.
It's huge. There's way more people. It's spread out across like the entire like gas lamp district. They have different they have museums. They'll have Impractical Jokers always has a Hall of Fame. Oh yeah, I got to meet them. I got to meet them all this
I love
year.
Q because he does the podcast with Walt Flanagan and Brian Johnson.
Yeah, my friend and I like kind of hit on Sal and Q because I mean I was like I kind of want to go. These guys would be fun to drink with, and we like asked them if we could go get drinks with them, but they're like we're working right now. I'm like well not right now, like sometime. But I guess Sal and Q left early, so they weren't there like the day that all the celebrities were doing a party in our hotel. And like we had just gotten back from the Suicide Girls show. I was shooting it, and which is also a nerdy burlesque show, by the way. A lot of comic book things, a lot of pop culture movie type dances. So I would recommend going to that. They'll be here in Colorado Springs on April 19th, and they'll be in Denver.
Is that the Blackheart burlesque?
Yes.
thing? Yeah,
yes.
cool. Okay.
And they will also be at Denver
That's right. I know my stuff.
on 420. But
And so it's a burlesque show, but it's geek related.
oh yeah,
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
Can
yeah.
we get media passes to that?
I could probably. I'll send you the email address to the girl who does that, like all that stuff.
That would be awesome.
I mean, I do photo for them a lot, and I've actually applied for a spot to go on, like, be a tour assistant for a couple of weeks on the tour. So I'm like crossing my fingers for that too.
I'm gonna just throw your name on everything we do and be like, "Hey, Sid Suicide." She said.
She said that she has a job in wardrobe for Tyler, so. I'm trying to make your dreams come true here, buddy.
This all sounds accurate.
Fantastic. Any final thoughts from either one of you? I think we're going to take 5 here. I know I'm
Yeah.
going to before I lose my voice.
You know, I set up that's what I was doing half the time over here. I set up a text thing that says we'll be right back. I'll turn down the audio. Man, I was working this whole time.
What a pro. What a great partner.
Nice.
The one last thing I wanted to say I'm excited for is Kevin Smith's Mallrats the series.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Now, I'm a biggest Mallrats fan in the world. How does that show work now when no one goes to the mall?
That's true. That's what they were. Kevin Smith was talking about that, and he's like, it's not. That's why he wants to do a series so he can kind of expand it more. Because in a movie, people would like Mallrats was a huge flop when it came out, so he doesn't want to.
It was in the theater for 1 week at least where I lived. And then is this going to be about Brody and Renee's kids?
No, it's actually going to be about Brody, and they got all the original cast minus Ben Affleck to come back.
No Affleck, huh?
Oh no.
Because Affleck's in jail from the last movie, so they can.
He is in Rahway State Correctional
Yeah.
Facility, according to the end of Mallrats. When does Mallrats the TV show come out? I know how Kevin is. He'll
Yeah.
announce something and then we'll never see
That's
it.
what happened. Is I think it'll probably be about next year. He just ended his contract with Universal, so now he has the freedom to kind of not do exactly what they want, but do whatever. So I think he's working on it now. He went to go pitch it a few months ago. I know he posted.
I hope that happens.
Definitely.
Well, thank you guys both for sitting down with us today. Seriously, this was amazing. And Sid, we will link to all of your stuff because we're really looking
Cool,
forward to
thank
that.
you. I
And yeah, no,
appreciate
thank
it.
you for sitting down with us. Nick told us about you like about a year ago, and I was like, fingers crossed we can get to talk to her. And thank you for spending the time
Oh,
with us
thank
today.
you.
And Aiden, thanks for
Yeah,
coming on.
thanks.
And you made Bitfaced history today. You are definitely the youngest person we've ever had on the podcast,
Awesome.
and you can certainly hold your own. So,
Cool.
Awesome, guys. Yeah, 5, Tyler.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be right back.
That's
everybody.
1.
I'm pretty sure if I were counting, you're probably at least 2.
I'm at 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
No
thanks for
problem.
having
Thank
us.
you.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'll get you guys one of my business cards.
No, thank you. Thanks for letting us borrow your cake, Gary.
Boom. See that?
No, I'm good.
We'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
This place is awesome.
Yeah, isn't it?
They have like the coolest art on the walls.
Or is that Eric Draven, the crow?
These kind of look like the crow.
Well, we can look up. The artist signed it. So.
Yeah, I cut the audio down quite a bit, so I don't know if they can hear anything. In fact, I'll just cut. We are back.
We're back.
We're back.
All right. Hang on, let me put my cans on.
Yep. No problem. I'm just sitting here, chilling, hanging out. Once you throw your cans on, you'll be able to hear me again. Welcome back.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. Needed to take a little bio break there. Again, I guess if we haven't made it apparent, we are down at
KaPow.
You know what I don't like about live streaming?
You don't get to edit your screw ups.
I don't get to edit my mess ups at all, which is very disappointing.
Loki, come talk to us.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you have a chance to maybe take off your helmet?
I suppose I could.
Because it would be... We're a podcast called Bitfaced. We're a local pop culture podcast. We're actually live streaming right now.
Nice.
So you should chat with us for like a minute or two. Awesome.
We'd love to have you.
It'd be epic.
Very well.
She's so nice.
Wow, you even have a handler, Loki.
My helmet. Where should I sit?
Right here's
Right
good.
there's fun.
The cord goes on the left. And if you just talk kind of right into the mic.
Oh, I suppose I'll put that down then. All right.
Fantastic. Go right into it. We often tell our guests make love to it. Make love to the mic.
So get right up there.
Right there you go. That
Pretend
sounds...
it's a good date,
Yeah.
as the mortals call it. Yes,
So we're here at KaPow on Nevada. We're talking to Loki,
absolutely.
gracing us with your presence today. Why is that?
Well, it was a good event, and it struck my interest, especially because there's an artist here who tends to draw me a little bit. So Langdon happens to be here, and I had to go and speak with him.
Did you already talk with him?
A little bit, yes.
How did the conversation go?
Well, it was good. We had to do a couple of corrections on my chin line in his illustrations.
But that's what you're here for, though. You're here to make sure that it's drawn realistically, right? You don't want any subpar drawings of yourself, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Who would want that?
Right.
I mean, mortals have a tendency to get everything wrong.
Sorry, that was good. So we can talk to you in character as Loki, or do you want to talk a little bit why you cosplay as Loki?
Well, because Loki is the god of mischief and mayhem and chaos and everything that I am. So why not just be him? Besides, I have real hair and my hair flows perfectly.
It's pretty gorgeous hair, man. I think in the wind you would just...
Yes. Not to mention, I mean, there's something about being a villain that everybody loves. All of the villains have some form of a reason somebody doesn't care for them. I actually go to New York each year to New York Comic Con, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, as myself, and they love me there, even though I completely leveled their city a couple of years back.
You did, man. Bringing the Chitauri down. I mean, what are you thinking, making deals with Thanos?
Well, my brother was being stupid.
And can you address where has he been?
Hiding.
Hiding from you?
Probably from his own shame. I mean, now come on, think about it for just a moment here. My brother has this gorgeous Asgardian warrior back home, and he falls for this mortal. The lacking mortal. I mean, the curves aren't quite there, the attractiveness isn't there, and she's got no battle cry.
She doesn't.
I'd be embarrassed in hiding as well.
I don't know if we're gonna see her again. I think in your brother's absence, he might have found a new beau, if you will.
I do hope for her sake. I understand there's a gender swap going on, so I'm not sure anymore.
So, can you address? Last time we saw you, I'm pretty sure you might have killed Odin, or you have something to do with it.
I have nothing to do with that. I was simply taking his place while he was absent.
Well, he was absent. Okay, I wanted you to address that because the last time the last time we saw Loki, he was sitting in as Odin, correct?
Well, I was sitting on my throne as I should be.
Where you should be.
Precisely. See, the whole thing is that I'm just misunderstood.
If people want to read more about Loki, if people want to understand you better, comics, movies, what's the best way to do that?
Well, as I said earlier, Langdon's doing an excellent job with the illustrations, and his comics are amazing. Should really probably look into those. Movies have a tendency to get, over-exaggerated.
Okay. So your series right now, can I just pick it up right from issue 1? Is that the best place to jump on?
Always. I mean, my life is so interesting, you could pick it up from anywhere and it would be amazing, but from the beginning probably makes sense.
Okay. How long's the book been running? How far back do I have to go?
That's a good question. I'm not familiar with the mortal time frames, so it's a little bit different in Asgardian time.
Shame on me for assuming. Yeah, that's what I get. That's my fault.
Yeah. I was going to, when you've been around for thousands or more years, like who would be able to tell?
It all starts to blur together after a while.
So you said you're heading to New York Con in a couple weeks?
Yes.
Who are you excited to see there?
Everybody. I'm a people person, so I don't particularly go for the talent that's booked for the convention. I go to mingle with the 250,000 plus people that'll be at the convention.
Wow, 250,000?
Yes.
Is that in one day?
Over the course of the 4-day weekend.
Wow, so it's a 4-day con.
Yes.
I've never done New York. I've done Chicago, I've done Denver, never New York. I guess New York's the second biggest con in America, correct?
It depends on what scale you're looking at. There's a couple that'll say it is, a couple will say it won't. If you've done Chicago, you've done C2E2?
Wizard World.
Okay, Wizard World. Okay. Chicago has C2E2 as well, which is one of the biggest cons, but C2E2 and New York are run by the same company, so it's ReedPop. Both of them are on a very large caliber, large scale, and definitely competing with San Diego Comic-Con, Dragon Con, so some of the other majors around the country, in fact, around the world as well. So they're starting to compete a lot with the Star Wars Celebration series. So they just had Celebration in London a couple of months ago, and they're expecting the turnout at New York to be bigger.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. Now, are you? I know you're from Asgard, but when you're not in Asgard, local to the Colorado area, do you prefer to spend your time with us here in the CO?
Yeah, absolutely. The mountains are beautiful.
Okay. That what brought you here, the majestic mountains? Does it kind of remind you of home at all?
A little bit, yes. You get such a good variance here. So you go from flat to the rise of the hills to the hiking to the people. The sunsets are amazing. The weather is brilliant. A little warm for my taste, but it'll suffice.
Yeah, we don't have the frost giants that and I'm sure that kind of we're about to get colder though here.
Yeah.
Do you prefer the winter climate here to the summer?
Well, how do you think we make the ski slopes proper? The frost giants do their work.
So, did you do Denver Con this year as well?
I did miss Denver DCC. I was currently at Colorado Springs Comic Con, which is down the street a couple weeks ago. Of course, my local show is Galaxy Fest, which is coming up in February again. I also do Starfest, Colorado Cosmic Con. There's a few others that are bouncing around. We're starting to pop up with a lot of small cons in this town, and it's really nice to see us competing.
Cosmic Con is the next con, correct?
I believe so.
It's at the end of October?
Yeah, I believe that Super Dave Raines said it was October 20th through the 23rd.
And can our fans expect to see Loki there?
Should, yes.
Okay. I don't want to hold you to anything. I know you have to have a pretty busy schedule, so.
At times it gets a little hectic. I mean, trying to run a universe is really time-consuming.
Have you ever thought about, I know you're kind of teaming up with Thanos, bringing kind of other villains into the mix to assist you with some of your evil doings or your mischief, not necessarily evil?
A good criminal never tells.
So not going to reveal your plans today. Very, very smart as a villain. That was played close to the vest. I like that.
Indeed, of course. That brings you back to the movie thing. The villains in the movies always tell what their plan is, and then they get foiled.
That's just ridiculous. Why would you do that?
I know. It's such a ridiculous thing to give it away like that.
And I think you, Loki, were one of the villains that, even though you were captured, you really did not give your plan away. I don't remember that specifically. Am I correct there?
Yeah, never did. Never did, never have, and never will.
Now, Loki, you're human here. Is she live streaming this? Just recording it.
Yeah, just recording.
Okay, I was curious because I see her walking. I was like, man, this would be nice to just have a human to walk around and just document your activities.
Well, see, unlike my brother, I actually chose a really beautiful human. So a very stunning, really attractive one. In fact, at the moment, I keep going. A lot of people think she's Laura Croft right now, and I said she's much sexier than Laura Croft ever could be.
And also much sexier than Natalie Portman. I know we're live streaming and we have no video, but you guys are going to have to take my word for it. So
Absolutely. In fact, for you gentlemen, I'll pass these on.
Oh, yes, please.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I professional business cards, so I have contact information. Do other cosplays as well, but of course this is my primary and my favorite.
I was going to ask what other disguises you like to get into, because, you know, when we see you in the movies, you float from character to character pretty seamlessly. What else could we expect to see you dressed up as?
Well, imagine this, Loki with a lightsaber. So Jedi are very appealing to me. Now I do prefer the Old Republic, and the battle armor is quite amazing. So wait till you see the battle armor coming up in Ragnarok. Yeah, definitely an influence. Let me see. In the past, I've always liked playing around with the characters not everybody likes to do. So I made the mistake one time of doing my own version of Wolverine. It was well accepted, but it's going to be hard to top Hugh Jackman.
When you say your version of Wolverine, what did you do differently than, I guess, a typical Wolverine I'd see at a con?
Well, I attempted to look as good as Hugh Jackman. And for a mortal, it's very difficult to beat. So, hence I say my version. Nowhere near as good as him. Now, of course, on the other side of things, Cyclops, fun character, depending on the version. So I do my version of Ultimate Avengers Cyclops. Or Ultimate X-Men, sorry. Because in the Apocalyptic Renegade, when they finally get into it, they've taken him from kind of a quiet pansy character to a pretty good badass. And once you get into the badass, it's really fun to play around with a character like that.
Cyclops is a hard character to do for exactly the reasons you said. He has a perception, even though he is the de facto leader of the X-Men, a lot of people really don't like him in that role. And I'm glad that when you say you do the ultimate version, remind me, what does that costume look like? Which Cyclops is that?
Now, it's back to the blue and yellow.
Okay.
So it is blue, but the nice thing about that is that they've gone to a short sleeve, so he's actually showing off a little bit of muscle, a little bit of skin on it. He loses the head sock, which is nice. So you kind of go along the movie line where no head sock is involved. Still got the beautiful yellow visor, but he's got long flowing hair, a little scruffy looking, and technically, depending on when you go into that universe, there's a point in time where he and Wolverine have a fight, and he actually loses one of his hands. Or, sorry, Wolverine loses a hand, Cyclops loses an eye. So it makes it really interesting to play with the visors at that point in time.
How does Cyclops losing an eye affect his ability to shoot beams out of it?
I suppose it's not as widespread.
Okay, yeah, that's seriously, that's what I wasn't asking a jokey question. That's what I was wondering. Would he lose half of his power?
Yes, technically it did.
Okay, and Wolverine losing a hand, what did Wolverine replace that hand with? Was it like a hook or?
That's a good question. I try not to pay attention to him anymore.
Oh, really? Hey, that's completely fair. So you're definitely not going back to the Wolverine.
No. Yeah, with time as hair has grown, I fit much more into the characters I play now. Wolverine has always been a shorter hair version. If you ever went to a long hair version, it might be something to consider.
Might get to see that in the Old Man Logan storyline I've heard we're getting in the next Wolverine movie, but I don't know. I think we're going to get to see a grayed up, crustier Hugh Jackman. It's his last appearance in the role. I hope he does well with it.
Yeah, so they say.
Yeah, because they also said he wasn't going to appear in the most recent X-Men movie, and we know how that worked out. Spoiler alert: he does pop up as a very Walt Simonson-esque Weapon X, if you will, popping out of the tank. And then we'll see Loki next again in Ragnarok. Is that the next time you're going to show up?
Yep.
Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited for that.
And I'm still waiting for my Independence to come out.
You know, if there was a villain in the Marvel Universe you could do a solo movie of, I don't think there's a better choice than Loki.
Absolutely not. That's an easy decision.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better... I think Loki rides the fine line of, yeah, he's a bad guy, but he's a bad guy you like to cheer for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, very much.
Whereas I wouldn't watch a solo Doctor Doom movie, especially the newest iteration of Doctor Doom. I think that'd be a pretty boring film.
Yeah, I could see that. There's not too many villains out there that could pull it off.
Magneto, maybe.
Yeah, but how much can he move spoons around before you get tired of seeing it?
That's very true. And yeah, I guess he's used pretty sparingly, especially in the new X-Men movie. They don't use him as much, and he's used to pretty good effect. What's your favorite Marvel movie? I mean, you don't have to pick one that you're in.
Well, unfortunately, it's definitely the ones I'm in. My brother is a good showman, so I got to give him that. The Thor movies have been very well done, but the entire Marvel universe has been pretty amazing the way that they've done it all. The Avengers, as much of a headache as they might be to me, they're entertaining. I just prefer to stay away from the green guy.
Yeah, he kind of worked you over a little bit.
I won't admit that.
How long does it take someone of your stature to recover after a beating from the Incredible Hulk?
Well, that one was surprising. It was at least a couple of days. So, that's a little different. I mean, as you see throughout the battles that we do when we're on other planets, it's almost instantaneous, as if nothing happened. So he has a heck of a punch.
I imagine a god probably heals a lot quicker than a mortal, though, correct?
Absolutely. Yes. In fact, I was really surprised he actually drew blood.
So, I mean, a couple Asgardian aspirin and you're on your way, or how does that work?
We have better. We have the Asgardian liquor is amazing.
You didn't bring any that you could share with us, do you? We're kind of connoisseurs, so. Or would it just melt my esophagus because I'm not worthy?
I didn't want to rain on KaPow's parade with being the coffee shop, and their beverages are already godlike. So I didn't want to give them competition.
I agree with you. We had some coffee this morning, and it was delicious. It was fantastic.
I might have to try that.
You should. You should definitely have some of our. I might not be Asgardian quality, but it should be pretty good.
Nice.
We do the best we can as mortals down here. I know you often laugh at our foibles, but
well, what is life without laughter? Laughter makes everything better.
I mean, at least we can present you some humor with our ways and our antics, so might as well learn what we have to offer, even if it's not quite as splendid.
Yeah, actually, I've learned you have a lot more to offer than simply dying, so that's a good thing.
I'm glad we've been able to kind of, teach you a little bit. I know you seemed very angry in Avengers. In fact, you called Black Widow a mewling quim. I don't think, and that's,
my opinion doesn't change on that one.
Still no. Okay. I like Black Widow, but I can see where you're coming from there. So you got New York Comic Con coming up. That's a couple weeks. Mm-hmm. After that, where can people see you locally? If someone wants to come out and have a conversation like we're having right now with Loki, where can they do that?
Typically any of the local cons here in the Springs, I'm pretty much at those. Sometimes I make it up to Denver for the bigger cons. Travel around a bit. So for the winter, it might be a little slow. I kind of enjoy the cold, so I don't want to go indoors as much. But I know absolutely come February, Galaxy Fest will be happening downtown again at the Antlers. That's our big local, so looking forward to that one. As you said earlier, Cosmic Con. I'm fairly certain I'll be making an appearance there for a bit.
So that'll be the next time that we can see you locally. We'll be at Cosmic Con, yes. And then it's Galaxy Fest is February, correct?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that, because we did not go last year, not because we didn't want to. We had something going on that weekend. We were definitely planning on being there this year, so what can we expect?
Well, okay, so Galaxy Fest is, as you said, it's a local. It was a local couple decided they wanted to do something here in the Springs instead of having everybody have to go up to Denver on a regular basis. So they started the organization. It went for a couple of years, and then, unfortunately, the founder passed. But his wife decided to keep the dream going. So a couple of other people have joined team with her, and they're keeping it going. It's growing very, very exponentially, which is fantastic to see. The caliber of guests we're bringing in is huge, and the event itself is just really kind of growing. So it's a good draw. A lot of good family entertainment. Like last year, they revamped things around a lot to do a lot more activity entertainment instead of just having people walking around. So it was kind of nice. There were more events going on. Also opportunities to mingle with the guests instead of just having somebody sit at a table in a panel room. So it was kind of nice that way.
Any guests you can announce yet, or is it too early because it's February?
They haven't solidified as of yet, so I don't want to drop any names and then have somebody change their mind or something like that. So.
And that's par for the course for cons. So I don't think I've ever seen a con where one person hasn't canceled, right?
Oh, absolutely. Or unfortunately, you get a couple of the cons who, they use the draw of a name and then very last second will say, oh, that person canceled when that person was never technically slated. And it's one of the things I like about the locals here in the Springs is they don't try to deceive people in that manner.
Yeah, and I hate hearing that.
Yeah.
I hate hearing. I mean, as much as you like mischief, that's not the kind of mischief I think any of us as fans want to deal with, right?
No.
Well, I mean, think about the little kid who really wants to see that person. If it gets canceled, you and I can cry our eyes out in a beer or whatever. The little kid. That's who I think about. Like, come on, don't do that to somebody. If someone's going to be there, awesome. But if they're not, don't make promises that you can't.
Yeah, get people excited, get their hopes up. Like for some reason, a lot of people like William Shatner. Okay, now he's a very interesting mortal. I like his space adventures. He's probably the biggest space slut I've ever seen. So that's great, Very interesting man. I'd love to meet him. But every time I hear that he's somewhere I'm going and then he doesn't show up, I'm disappointed. And you don't want to disappoint a god.
And he was supposed to be here 3 years ago and bailed, right?
Correct.
Or 4 years ago? Was it 3?
Something like that. Yeah.
I think it was the year before we first started going.
Yeah, because I think he was here at the first one. Because my brother...
Maybe it was Stan Lee was supposed to be here and Shatner replaced him. So
yes.
Maybe Shatner has been here.
Shatner has been here. Shatner actually, he read books to kids at Denver Comic Con. So.
In fact, this last summer, they actually both made it last summer. So it was kind of nice. Both Stan Lee and William Shatner were there. My understanding is, I believe Stan Lee's supposed to be at New York, and it's supposed to be one of his last cons.
Oh, wow.
So...
Yeah, I think his last con is up in Canada, so we don't even get the pleasure of being there for that.
Oh, you could just take a flight up there, eh?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe we need to go to Bitfaced Canada edition.
There's got to be some Mounties that want to be on Bitfaced, so we can figure that out. The new Super Troopers movie is all America versus Canada.
Yeah.
A little bit
Stan
inside.
Lee as a Mountie.
I don't think he would be, he's cameoed as everything else. I mean, he was a strip club DJ for crying out loud. I think Stan would do the Mountie thing, right?
That'd be brilliant. I want him to cameo as me.
That would be pretty cool. I'm shocked Marvel hasn't thought of that. You've got your ways. You can send that up the chain, right?
See, Marvel's got to do a movie where they do a shot at a convention with the real superheroes amongst the cosplayers and Stan Lee cosplaying Loki.
I like it.
I like it a lot. Anybody in particular you're excited about seeing in New York? Or I know you said you really like to go for the people, and I get that completely.
Yeah, like I said, honestly, I haven't even looked at the guest list. So I spend most of my time on the floor, believe it or not, but Loki loves having his picture taken. I'm kind of a whore in that manner.
It's, that's understandable. We like to grab pictures with everyone we can, and honestly, I don't think I got a chance to see anyone. I just mingled with all the people. That's my favorite thing to do as well.
Absolutely.
Yes. I may not be a god, but I hang out with other mortals.
Yeah.
So.
It's the saying, variety is the spice of life, and 200,000 people is quite a bit of variety.
Yeah, I would say so. Where do they hold the New York Comic Con?
It's at the Javits Center, which is in Manhattan. It's a very, very beautiful center, very large, right along the river. So it's kind of nice because I stay over in Jersey and take the ferry over. I love riding ferries. So beautiful on the water. Can't beat that.
Where does that come from? Did you ride ferries in Asgard? Where does your love of ferries, or is that just something traditionally American, industrial revolution, if you will, that you enjoy?
Well, the thing about ferries in Asgard is, as if you caught the movies, you see that there's this terrible waterfall at the very end. So you really don't want to be on the water much, at least not long. But in New York, it's just amazing because of the caliber of people that you meet on the boats as the ferries are going by. So a lot of entertainment there. And then if you're going in the right direction, you get that beautiful green statue out there waving to you. So with a big torch held high, it's kind of nice.
I figured Loki wouldn't be a fan of the Statue of Liberty, but it sounds like you are.
Of course, it's green.
I knew that was coming.
I didn't, and now I feel bad.
I was going to say, you might as well just replace it with a statue of himself.
Now you're giving him ideas.
Yes.
Might have to happen. Like right on the cover of the issue of Vote for Loki. Just take that.
Yeah, I might have to go have a conversation with Langdon about that.
About replacing the Statue of Liberty. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Tell him that Bitfaced recommended it.
Yeah, definitely.
Throw our name in there.
Definitely. I could do that. Let's see what kind of strings I can pull for you.
All right.
Well, if there's anybody we want pulling strings, it's Loki.
Yeah.
I mean, string puller, master of mischief.
Indeed. But as far as the statue goes, unfortunately the X-Men already messed with it enough. It didn't seem like people were thrilled by that.
No, yeah, they weren't. So, will you be using a different disguise in New York, or will you be in your true form all 3 days or 4 days?
No, I have multiple variants when I want to take a break and get away from the crowds a little bit and enjoy. So I'm actually debuting a new character this year. So any Super fans out there who have seen the movie Super, I will be bringing out the Holy Avenger.
Really?
Yes.
Now, have you ever seen anyone else ever cosplay as the Holy Avenger? Because I certainly have not.
Never. Not once, which is why I want to do it.
And that was Nathan Fillion's character, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
What a great cosplay.
It should be a lot of fun.
Do you already have it put together?
Mostly. I have my tailor is currently working on finalizing some of the accessories for it, but the rest of it is basically done already. So we've done a test fitting and a test run and pretty happy with how the character's looking. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I have another that it's a shock factor character, but the biggest thing with the cosplay world is there's a lot of gender bender characters, especially a lot of females playing male characters, and I figured it was time to play around with that aspect a little bit and take a godlike approach to a male playing a female character. So if everything comes together, I should be doing one day as Slave Leia.
Now, that is a costume I have seen on a male.
Yes.
How do you plan on pulling that off? And out of your choices of costumes, that has to be the most uncomfortable to wear around, correct?
Well, nothing's as uncomfortable as the shackles and gag my brother put me in. And once I had the shackles and gag, seriously, the idea of Slave Leia was a real easy thought. It came to mind very quickly.
Do you have that costume?
Some of it.
Built.
Still
okay.
working on the details on that one.
What's the hardest cosplay you've ever had to pull off?
Yeah, at one time in the past, I did a version of Heath Ledger's Joker, and it was a brilliant costume, very, very detail accurate. So with the clothing and everything to it. But the hardest part about that is being in makeup for 16 hours with skin cincher for the scarring. It was challenging, quite.
So it sounds like the makeup might be more challenging sometimes than the things that you have to wear.
Oh, typically, yes.
Do you prefer cosplay without a helmet, or do you prefer having your face more accessible, if you will? Because I've never cosplayed before. It's been discussed, and everything I've looked at, I'm like, I can't have anything on my head all day long.
It's a challenge to put something on your head because it affects a lot of things. It throws you off your perception a little bit, especially if you cover your ears or your eyes partially or at all. So it makes a big difference. So my helm, for example, covers my ears. It throws off what you're hearing and the direction you're hearing things from. So you play with adjustments on that, but also the weight of things, and then making your head hot sweat, things like that. So sometimes there's adjustments that you can make through experience to make things better. So, for example, I'm going to just pass my helm out. You guys just feel this. And
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think I could handle wearing this all day.
yeah, I think that helm wears approximately half a pound. So
That's got to be a lot easier than.
much, much easier. So it's through
What
the
kind
years
of magic is this?
Well, a lot of people play with different forms of foam and things like that. In the real world, I restore cars for a living, so I have a little different aspect to how I work with materials. And I ventured into using an automotive foam instead of the typical camp pad or foam that the players use. It's a much lighter and a much more durable product and really easy to work with.
So, great cosplayer, but you bring something else to the table because you came down today in character. I have mad respect for that. Do you do that for everyone you cosplay as?
Oh, absolutely.
Really? So you go the full. Because I see, we talk to cosplayers pretty frequently. Very rarely, maybe 1% character. That's the hard part, right? I mean, making the costume has to be pretty difficult, but maintaining the character all day, that also has to be very difficult.
As long as you can find a character which you can fit or fits you, it's relatively simple to do. The catch is that when you get somebody who's trying to do a character that's either so over the top and out there that it's impossible to be the character, or you take a character that's completely not even close to you, and you like the look of the character, but there's no way you can step into the shoes. So it makes it a little bit difficult sometimes. Try to think of like a radical character. I mean, anybody trying to play the Hulk, for example. Okay, I have seen some very impressive cosplays of the Hulk, but nobody's ever going to get as big as the CGI version of the Hulk. And even at that, take Lou Ferrigno. You find me 99% of the bodybuilders out there that are built in the size of him that can act.
I mean, you could have people cosplay Lou Ferrigno, though,
True.
as the Hulk.
True. Which would be pretty neat to see.
Now, are you going to be in character as Slave Leia?
Oh, that's a good one. As much as I can, yes.
Wow. See, because, I see the Slave Leias with the beards and stuff, and ha 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 ha. But if you went in character, that's impressive.
Yeah. Well, I have to do the best I can with it and pull it off as much as I humanly can.
Have you done a female before?
Not a character like that, no.
Okay.
No, I mean, I've done stuff theater-wise where I had to play but it was a small thing. So nothing like pulling it off for a 10 or 12-hour day.
So you're going to do Loki, you're going to do Slave Leia. You mentioned you're going to do probably a costume a day. What are the other two going to be?
Probably just going to be the three.
Oh,
so
three, okay.
I have a funny feeling if things go the way my schedule's looking, it'll probably be the Slave Leia on Thursday, Holy Avenger on Friday, and then plan for Loki Saturday, Sunday. But it's going to also depend on the response I get from the others. If I get really overwhelmingly positive response, then I'll bring the character back out.
So you mentioned earlier, and I'm going to use your words, that you are a whore.
Picture whore.
Picture whore.
Yes.
Okay, picture whore.
Was
Thank you for being specific.
Was
Yes.
it phrased that way before?
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, well, technically I said when I love having my photo taken. When it comes to photos, I'm a whore.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is that what drew you to cosplay?
No, the ability of doing the characters and creating something that people can relate to was definitely the draw. But when I did something of caliber to the point that enough people really wanted pictures and really liked the character, that kind of flipped it over a little bit. So I like being able to do something that is not only recognizable, but the compliments of things being the best I've ever seen, the most accurate I've ever seen. For example, my Loki is Tom Hiddleston approved of him, and I went. That was probably one of the best compliments I ever got. As
Did you
a
get to meet
cosplayer.
Tom?
I didn't meet him, but we are unofficially. I can't give information as to who he is on it, but we're friends on Instagram and Facebook, and he approved of my outfit. But I mean, even Langdon here, who's the artist for the comic series, completely blown away by my outfit, which is really a compliment. It's the biggest compliments I can get.
So it makes all your hard work, because I imagine you work on your I mean, working on the costume is one thing. Working on the character, that's a whole different ballgame, and you do both.
Yeah. The character, to me, is the easy part. I am an actor, so a lot of years of experience playing with that. Luckily, Loki is simple. He's got a very subtle accent, which isn't too bad to play with. His mannerisms, he's almost pompous, almost a little bit English, which kind of makes it a little easy to play with. Gee, could figure because he's English. Yeah, so that helps out a lot because, not that we want to delve into it, but I've 15 years of experience as a street actor at the Colorado Renaissance Festival, and as well as Renaissance festivals around the country. So I've gotten very accustomed to being in character for 10 and 12-hour days.
So, at a Renaissance festival, would you be a knight, for example, or what would you play? You have been? Okay.
Yep. I have been a knight. I've been a romancer on the streets. I've been a beggar. Colorado Renaissance Festival, most people would recognize me as Scuttlebutt the Silly Sailor. So I literally walk around with a bucket of water, throwing water at people all day.
That's got to be a lot of fun.
Oh, so much fun.
Anybody ever get super pissed?
Yes. Yes. And typically, if they do, I throw more water at them.
Now I want to see that.
Well, come on out to the Renaissance Festival next season.
Yeah, because that's over now, right?
Correct.
But that's down the street. Falcon? Not Falcon.
Larkspur.
Larkspur, that's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
And that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And so between cons and doing the Renaissance Festival, and you said your normal job, you restore vehicles.
Yes.
You like having a lot of fun. That's great.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
When you, and this is completely separate from Cosplay Comic-Con. What kind of cars do you restore? I'm just talking as a gearhead here.
A lot of classics and muscle cars. So, for example, at the moment in my shop, I've got a 53 Chevy Bel Air, a 67 Firebird 400, a 70 Dodge Challenger, let me see, a 77 Camaro, 81 Jeep. So a big variety.
Is your shop local here in the Springs?
Yeah, I actually own and run professional window tint, and then I do the restoration work on the side. I work sometimes with Custom Auto Rebuilder and sometimes on my own.
Okay. So. And cosplay and for your shop, where can we find you on Facebook? Where can our listeners?
Yeah, absolutely. On Facebook, I do have Professional Window Tint is on there. Cosplay wise, I have an Instagram. It's Loki Dark World, but it's underscores, so Loki _ World. And I definitely love being found on there. I try to post and share as much as I can up there, especially when I'm at the cons. But I love passing out cards so people can share their photos as well. I don't always have a camera. So a lot of fun playing with that. I also do a lot of other stuff locally. I work with a couple of the theaters. I actually do fight choreography for a couple of local theaters. So I spent quite a few years working with Black Box, which unfortunately shut down recently. I just did a play with Set, and I am currently working with Cheyenne Mountain High School on their fall project.
Wow, you got your hands in a lot of stuff then.
Yeah.
It's good. I think being when you're not busy, you're bored, and when you're bored, you get into trouble or mischief, if you will. At least I do.
Yeah. No, well, that tends to come with everything else as well.
Well, thank you for sitting down with us. It's not often we have a god on the podcast, so.
Well, it's been a pleasure.
See, I almost said it right there, but I stopped myself. No, and so we can find you, and Tyler will put up links to all this on the Bitfaced page as well.
In fact, I already have.
Awesome.
Yep. And you've been tagged in it, if that's all right.
That's wonderful. I'm fine with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously,
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Awesome, dude.
My pleasure. It was a lot of fun.
Good. That's what we're all about here.
Do you guys have a card so I can find you?
Not yet.
We don't yet.
We are Bitfaced. Okay. We'll send you a request on Facebook. That's the one lesson we learned today is we probably should get some cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I just got these done and had them. They showed up yesterday, and I was like, oh, perfect. Because I had been doing my own, just print them out myself types things, but putting a picture on it. One of the things I found is like a lot of people take pictures, and even though it says Loki, if they don't see the picture, they forget who it is, and they don't tag you, they throw it away. So by putting a photo on there, I'm hoping that that'll actually turn out a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, these are great cards.
Yeah, that's my favorite shot. That's Roz is a local photographer, and that was at Galaxy Fest this last year. So, beautiful shot, one of my favorites. But like when I talk about photos, I kid you not, last year at New York Comic Con, I'm a counter, I can't help it. I stopped counting at 5,000 pictures.
I told you, dude. We had that question. He was like, I don't want to bother people. I was like, people love getting their pictures taken.
Absolutely.
That was my trepidation when we first went to con. I was like, I'm not going to stop her. And she's like, you love Phoenix. Take a picture of those. I'm sure she, no, everyone is so nice and so
It
receptive.
never hurts to ask. It's very rare you're going to find somebody who flat out says no. So, yeah, but that's the whole thing. The courtesy of asking, you have a break, means the world.
Yeah.
You want to come join me?
Yeah, what do you just Oh, okay. I'll be right back. And thank you for sharing them.
I hope I wasn't on the radio, was I?
No, I had turned it all
I didn't
off.
say anything.
Nope.
I wasn't here.
You're fine.
I'm sorry to say, Bob. Sometimes you have to make it.
Absolutely.
Well, guys, that smile.
Are we recording?
I had it turned off,
Okay. I'm just checking.
but I did just turn it back on.
Yeah, you did.
You are
I have
really
no
cool.
doubt.
That's fair.
That is something we can help you with.
I can't hear you anymore. I put on my headphones. You're gonna have to put some on and then chat with me on the mic. All right, fine. just gonna turn it on.
Where's Nick? Like I say, well, he can always.
Just jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no big deal. Plus, this way, anyone else might see us and jump in. Throw your headphones on, sucker.
What's that?
I said throw your headphones on, sucker. Welcome back to your own podcast, Eric. What's up?
Oh, not much. Just got to meet Marvel artist Langdon Foss. That was pretty fat.
Oh my god. And he's funny. And his little drawing of everything in a little black ball for me, it's awesome. It's everything I wanted.
How often do you get an artist to not only sign their book for you, but to do a personalized sketch for every single person today that waited in his line?
Every single person. Yeah, that was awesome. And it's very good. It was super quick. It took him all of like 2 or 3 minutes to do a quick little sketch. But he asked me what I liked, and I just said everything. And he's like, that's not going to be a very good sketch. I don't have the time to draw everything. And he did. He found a way to do it. So it made me very happy.
So for the live stream audience, this is all the fun and things we've had today. This is going to be going on tomorrow too. Just in case you don't know what's happening, we are down at KaPow Comics and Coffee, 4239 North Nevada Ave. Don't only come down here for the coffee and the food, which has been wonderful because I've tried both today, but good God, the sales that they're having this weekend on comics. If you are a comic book fan, I kind of cherry-picked through the Uncanny X-Men and got a lot of really good issues for very cheap. I mean, some of the comics are 70% off this weekend.
Yeah, anything under $30 is 70 or 75%?
70%.
70%. Yeah, anything under $30 as far as the back issue, 70% off. That's really good. And they have a lot of fairly uncommon back issues. They have, is that 12, 20, like just stacks of metal cases filled with comics and back issues.
And I go to not only a lot of comic book stores here in Colorado Springs, and this is not to disparage, but the wall book selection here is better than any store I've seen since I moved here. And that includes the shops that I've been to in Denver as well. So we're kind of getting what Denver and what the bigger cities have as far as a comic book store and a comic book experience. We're going to get that right here in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, I'm super stoked about it too. And even some of those wall books are priced at such a price point that they're 70% off too.
I'm glad I put myself on a budget today. If not, I would have been. I only went to the X drawer because I knew if I started looking at Amazing Spider-Man, if I started looking at Punisher issues, if I started looking at Ghost Rider stuff, I would have ended up with a lot bigger stack here. But I got some really good X-Men issues in really good shape, and I've been to shops before that back issues aren't bagged and boarded, or they're kind of thrown aside, or they're not taken care of very well. Not only do you get your back issues here bagged and boarded, if you do subscription at KaPow, they're going to bag and board your weekly, your monthly for me, whatever you come and pick up, your issues. That's huge. And we talked about it a couple weeks ago on the cast, but that's something my old shop in Atlanta used to do for me that I haven't been able to find a shop here that does, which is great. So I like that I can come pick stuff up.
Yeah, and they also do fairly inexpensive variants. It's only a couple dollars more than the regular issue, and those are always bagged and boarded too. So,
and I don't think we can harp enough on how knowledgeable the staff is here. I could sit down, of course we talked to Nick outside of here, but I could sit down with Dylan and talk comics with him all day. In fact, him and I took a break earlier, and we ended up talking about comics the entire time. And I think we'll probably be doing the cast from here a little bit more frequently. I think we'll have some different episodes and things like that here. We love the team here. I hope it's reciprocal. This is great. This is the first time we said we were going to try to do more local events. What gets better than this?
I mean, nothing really. Comics and coffee and video games, even though this is just comics and coffee. But these are the things that we're about.
Yeah, and they do have a drive-through here, so how convenient is that? Even if you're not coming in to pick up your comics for the week, if you just want to stop in the morning and get some coffee, you're certainly welcome to do that as well.
This is on my way to work, and since they put in a drive-through, I'm pretty positive I will be stopping to get some coffee.
And we need to, it's kind of the old adage, put your money where your mouth is. We need to support businesses like this, because if we support them, they'll continue to exist.
Absolutely. I'm at the same amount that you are.
Are you really?
Yep.
I didn't realize I've used it anyways today.
Yep. Well, anyways. And I'm allowed to use it.
You're allowed to use it, and I'm allowed to say absolutely, even though I'm going to try not to.
All right, likewise.
But no, this has been a really good day out here. I'd say. I think the turnout has been pretty amazing. Dylan said he was very happy with the amount of issues that they've sold today, and this is all going on tomorrow too. So
yeah, that makes me really stoked, because I think I'm going to be able to. I'm going to try to. Well, my phone died. Otherwise, I'll try to take some pictures and kind of show everybody how much of a blast it's been here. And it's almost tempting to just come back tomorrow.
And I think we might end up for a little bit.
Yeah, and even if we don't bust out the equipment, unless some crazy artist wants to jump on with us, if we just come down and hang out for a little bit, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I've got no problem coming down in the morning and getting a nice cup of coffee, and I'll probably end up spending more money on X-Men books. Actually, you know what? If I do go back and look at back issues today, I'm going to look for some Spider-Man stuff that I don't have.
I haven't even looked, because I know that I would be in so much trouble. I will look before we
I wanted
leave
to
today.
cherry pick that Uncanny X-Men section just based on what they had under the counter. It's like there's probably some issues that
I'm gonna
need
go
to put in the collection.
I'm gonna go look for some Green Lantern stuff. I think
you should.
Yeah, but I'll do that in a little bit. And I think besides that, gosh, I don't even know. Some Amazing Spider-Man. I might have to fight you over some of the stuff depending on what they got.
Yeah, that's been the one series I've always wanted to have every issue of.
Absolutely.
There you go.
I was just teasing you just to see if you'd catch it.
Of course I caught it.
I don't know. I looked over and you were just kind of... It took an extra 3 seconds.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm out of it. It's we've been here since 9:30 and it's almost 4.
Yeah, so I agree with you. The fact is, I'm kind of in sensory overload. We've seen so much cool stuff. There's such... it was a tasty sandwich. Fairly inexpensive.
Very tasty sandwich. I enjoyed the heck out of that.
Yeah, we had a turkey bacon sandwich. Chipotle turkey bacon.
There's definitely turkey and there was definitely bacon on it. There's also definitely onion on it, which I love.
There was, and it was very good. It was pretty fresh onion, too.
It was freshly cut, I could tell.
I was going to say,
and no, even though the lines have been very long today and wrapped around the store,
everyone's been
in a really good mood, which I've had a couple pretty poor experiences recently with retail. And I think I told you about the lady in the line in front of us at the chocolate shop asking if every single different piece had caffeine in it. And I was very calm and relaxed that day because I was off work. My sister, however, Heather, not Melinda, was was not having it. But yeah, no, it's good to see everyone in the community come out to support something like this because we need more comic book stores. We do.
I think we do too, and especially one where we can just hang out. This has a very large just section of tables and chairs, and this is somewhere I can see myself just grabbing my laptop, heading here after work when I don't have my kid, sitting down and doing work, programming, doing anything I want to do, just hanging out here.
Yeah, this would be a good place to get things done.
Yeah.
Hey, girl, hey!
As you all know.
Yeah, does anyone recognize that voice on the live stream right now? If so, send us a message, because you should recognize that voice.
I think they recognize it if I said, that's fantastic. Because listening to the previous podcast, I say it about 20 times per podcast. And honestly, it seems like a drinking game. Every time Nick says, that's fantastic, you take a shot.
You know, it's interesting that you say that, because we listen to the clip show, and I transition with anyways about 17 times, but Tyler says absolutely about 30 times. So we were thinking about making a drinking game out of it.
We all have our catchphrase, apparently. Sadly, they're not very interesting.
Go right into it.
Go right, giggity.
We go.
Get it up my face like prison style.
Yeah, get it up in your face, person says. So how have you been, man? We've talked a lot about you recently, but I made a joke on our last podcast that I don't even think... Do you remember talking to me at DCC?
A little bit, yeah. I know Tyler's like, oh my God, like, he was wondering where you were. And I was like, yeah, I saw him for like 10 seconds. And it was just so slamming busy that I didn't get a chance to really schmooze.
Well, and every time I came by... Tammy gave me some crap for this too. You guys were all engaged with a customer. I figure I can bend your ear whenever. It doesn't have to be a DCC. I can talk to you whenever I want to.
Mm-hmm. I
didn't want to take time away from the business.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of those fun things because you start getting a line and it's just like, I want to say hi, but yeah, I'm making money.
And it seems like you guys did very well at Denver Comic Con.
We did really, really well. It was nuts. A lot of people said they didn't do that great, but placement was good. We were right next to superhero stuff, which money in the bank right there. High traffic. Everyone's selling pops, man. That is a gravy train I have yet to board. But
what did you think about the whole mystery box concept? Because I thought that was pretty brilliant.
It's genius, man. And honestly, I'm tempted to implement it on our stuff because, you know, there were so many different boxes, like Minecraft box, and they had like the most popular one was the one that looked like the Mario coin box. And people are $25. You have a chance of getting something that's worth, you know, 50. You know, like 1 in 1,000 maybe, but they were selling out like crazy.
Every single kid that was walking around that place had a box.
So I've got some friends who actually have Japanese connections. I'm like, if you can get those dirt cheap for me, get me some really cool boxes for next to nothing, I'm just going to start throwing stuff in them, you know, and clearing out some excess merch, you know, so.
Yeah, and a lot of pops. Do you think that's here to stay, or are those going to be? We've talked about this, haven't these? Is going to be the Beanie Babies?
It is the Beanie Baby of our generation, and it hasn't slowed down. It's picked up. Like there's some pops that are worth a couple grand now.
Yeah,
you know,
something else will replace it though sometime.
Oh yeah, you know, and I admit I picked up a couple here and there. You know, I'm not to the point where like I've got to get the full set of such and such. Like I don't care that much, but I'll always pick up like one or two. You know, this cool Doctor Strange or. I think the most recent one is I actually picked up today from us here at KaPow because we got 2 Stan Lee Kamikaze exclusive ones.
I saw that.
And I'm like, I'll get one. I'll get one. So.
Yeah, I saw Stanley's got a lot of those really cool kind of exclusive, convention exclusive ones. So it's neat to know that you guys get some of those in.
Yeah. We get some of those exclusive ones. It's like, oh, man, all right. Like we had the Wonder Woman Invisible Jet. We had a couple of those, and those sold out really fast.
I still think they should have just packaged her in a large box.
Pretty much.
Yeah, we saw that when we were here, right?
Yeah, we absolutely saw
you guys had it when we taped here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Maybe
we sold
they
them
just
all
got
today.
it in.
Yeah, we just got them in. We just sold them today, so guy bought both of them. Done
That's
and done.
Cool. I mean, instead they put in a little plastic jet.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's just a huge box with her banging around in it.
Well, no, they could have put her feet on something so she stayed still, but like just an empty box.
Yeah, that'd been awesome.
So the pops that are going for $1,000 is it because they're rare convention?
Yeah, it's a lot of metallic stuff. It's a lot of just weird one-off variant things, that kind of stuff.
What's a limited pop run? Like 50?
It depends. I mean, like I've actually like signed up for this pop price guide thing because people come in and try and sell their pops, or you know, I'm looking at what my collection's worth, and it's The variant weird ones go anywhere from like $15. 'Cause the average price for a pop's about 8 to 12. That's a standard wherever you go. But
if I really wanted the pink Batman, how much does that run me?
I think we're selling it for 15, but
Okay.
20% off today. So, and
17.
tomorrow, shameless plug.
No, we kind of talked about the sales earlier, but we want you, since you're the guy behind the register.
I am everywhere anymore. It's bananas.
So it's 75% off any back issue, less than $30, right?
Yeah, less than $30 back issues are 70% off. Brand new books are 15% off, and then anything over 30 is 20% off. So.
What about toys, T-shirts? I saw some deals there too.
25% off on that fun stuff, and then pretty much everything. Everything's gangbusters right now. So
You guys are gonna have to quickly order some stock.
I know. Well, the cool thing is our back room's just packed full of books we don't have out yet, kind of thing. We actually have to put half of them in the system just because we didn't have no time. This collection that Martin's been able to accumulate over the last 30 some odd years is ridiculous. So
is this his personal collection?
He's not a collector. He'll buy stuff and then like huge lots and then he resells. So he's not a big collector. Dylan is a big collector. I'm a little bit of a collector now. Unfortunately, with me picking up some hours here, I'm starting to collect again. So much to the chagrin of Lauren. So
we've never talked comics with you, I don't think. What do you collect?
No,
what do you like to read?
Really, right now, I've got a bunch of old school stuff like the original X-Men, the 90s, with Gambit and everything like that. Spider-Man out the wazoo. There was one series that I was really into when I was like 9, 10. It was an Impact comic that was The Fly, and they only did like 12 of them. And it's a super cheap book, but I was never able to find it.
Is it based on...
No,
okay.
No,
David
it's not based on the
Cronenberg,
movie.
Jeff Goldblum.
No, basically right in the 90s when like Marvel and DC were kind of starting to tank, all those independent books started popping up, the companies. And there's the one they did like a web, which is basically a shield, but they called it Web, and they had like 5 or 6 different superheroes. Black Mask, I think, was one of them, etc. But I was really into The Fly. I have no idea why. It was some like kind of Peter Parker-ish kid. And the books, like I think we've got a couple of them and they're like 33 cents. Like they're not worth anything, but I found issue 1 and that really catalyzed everything again for me because it was in perfect condition. I'm like, oh my God, this is the one I've been looking for since, I'm 33 now, so it's been a while, 20 some odd years.
It's amazing how nostalgia can not only influence purchases, but that's why I have a G.I. Joe #1. As soon as I found one that was in good and graded condition, that's the issue I wanted as a kid but could never get.
Awesome. Yeah, there's some cool stuff out there. But, I've been picking up a lot of new books now. The Civil War original series I really dug. So, someone's steaming some milk. That's the problem
we're
with
in a
broadcasting in a coffee shop.
No, I
thought it was a nom for a second. It's like, get under the table.
No, it adds to the ambiance. So is that where you got into comics? So I'm about 8 years older than you. Mm-hmm. I was in high school when the 90s X-Men stuff was happening. Is that kind of your first?
Kind of. My dad had a lot of stuff, and he'd tell me about it. He'd take me to comic book shops when I was, a kid. He was actually here earlier. I was trying
Your dad shows up, and I think your dad shows up on my Facebook as a suggested friend, and I'm always like, should I friend him?
So should I do? He was here earlier. He bought Godzilla Pop and a Conan the Barbarian comic And I was like, dude, come over here with me real fast, meet the Bitfaced guys, maybe even talk for 20 minutes or so, like Eric had his dad on, it was great, He's like, no, I don't want to be a douche. I'm like, that's going to happen one way or another. You just got to come over and do it.
Tell him to, he doesn't have to, obviously, but tell him he's welcome anytime.
Yeah. I was like, come on over, introduce yourself, have some fun, because he will basically just the entire time talk crap about me. So it'll be fun for everybody, I'm always good for some self-deprecation.
So he's a big comic book fan, then.
He was. He hasn't done a lot recently. Like, he likes the movies and whatnot, but he's never really been a big collector. His mom threw out his old books when he was, But he had, to hear him tell the story, he had, like, everything. Daredevil #1, Spider-Man, yada yada, all these appearances of everybody. And something that'd be worth a good amount of money right now,
but all gone.
It sounds like it's all long gone.
Much like my NES collection. That's...
rough. Sad pandas.
And to replace everything I had, I had the games, obviously, I guess, that are selling for a lot now. Gold Zelda, Zelda 2. Yeah. When I go into Vija or someplace local, it's like, oh, yeah, $60. Like,
oh, cool. Yeah, no.
Well, only because it's all on an emulator.
Oh, yeah.
A comic book maintains better value because it's
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it actually is. Especially if you have it graded and pressed, but that's getting pricey now too. So
What does it cost to get a book graded? Because I've got a couple I'm considering.
from what I understand, for like shipping it out and getting it graded, it's about $50-$60 per
A book.
Yeah. So you got to be real serious about your books,
But there's not like I know that they set up at DCC. You can't take your books.
Not normally, no.
Okay.
They'll usually like quote you. Sometimes they'll give you just like a quick inspection and give you like it's a fine, it's a very fine, it's near mint, that kind of thing. They'll grade it a little bit, but they don't do the pressing obviously there or anything like that because they do that in a hermetically sealed room. They make sure it's good to go and you're never going to open it again. So
Yeah. Do you have any graded books?
no, I'm not
I've got
that
a
hardcore
few,
into it.
but I bought them all graded already.
Gotcha.
I didn't send them in.
Yeah, because like Dylan, he can tell you every artist, everybody and whatnot, and I know a little bit here and there. I'm more of like I can tell you like backstories of characters, but like I've never really delved into it so deep that I can tell you that so and so did this issue back in '56. Like I'm geeky, but not quite to that extent in this particular field. But storylines, yeah. So, Civil War. I'm reading Civil War 2 now. Moon Knight.
How is Civil War 2? Because I've heard mixed things.
I like it. Just it's kind of Minority Reporting, because it's basically with Marvel they're pushing the X-Men out really hard. The storylines don't feature them as prominently. A lot of them don't appear anymore because anytime they create a new mutant or anything like that, Fox automatically owns the rights to them. So, they've been killing people off. Same with Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic and was it Miss Invisible? Yeah, they're like the architects of the multiverse now, so they're not even in the books anymore. Because after the collision of all the Marvel universes, half the characters died, the other ones. That's why you got the young X-Men running around. That's why you've got like 30 different Spider-Men running around and Spider-Gwen and all that stuff. So, shout out to Tyler on Spider-Gwen.
Oh my gosh, Spider-Gwen, my favorite thing in the world.
I know.
I didn't realize that Marvel was trying to push the X-Men out. How many monthly X-Men books are there now? There used to be like 12.
There's like 2.
Really?
There's 2. I mean, like there's an Old Man Logan book that's actually still popular, and there's a Wolverine book now where it's his younger daughter clone kind of thing, But a lot of that stuff right now they're getting ready to do the Inhumans versus the X-Men because the whole thing with the Inhumans with their Trigerian Mist is if it touches a mutant, it'll kill him. So a lot of mutants, are dying off. So that's kind of the main thing. And the event, and I think October, Inhuman X-Men War. So we're going to even lose more X-Men kind of thing. It seems like they're...
And this was a while ago, but I think Rogue is an Avenger now. And
yeah, she jumped over a while back, and then she got... I think currently in the book she's really sick with the mist kind of thing. Gambit is in his own book right now with Deadpool. Gambit versus Deadpool, which makes me happy because they're both...
Is it a good book?
It's okay. I'm not going to over-tout it because I love the characters, but it's not a bad book, The one I'm digging is Moon Knight, and Punisher's got a new run out too, so those are favorites.
There's rumors we're going to get a Netflix Moon Knight TV show.
I have heard that too, and that makes me a happy panda.
I don't know much about Moon Knight.
He's insane. He's got multiple personalities, and that's kind of the fun thing with him is that, like... No one's really ever delved into that mental illness before on, comic book characters because, he's he's a world-famous actor, he's a Playboy millionaire, he's Moon Knight, he's also a cab driver. It's all different aspects of his personality. So it hits kind of deeper and a little more darker in an aspect that they haven't, kind of like Jessica Jones, the Alias series, where they actually did some more stuff where it dealt with that psychological violence and things like that. So it's a different, avenue that... Hopefully, if Netflix gets a hold of it, they'll do really well on. So,
and because I guess Luke Cage is in a couple days, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm excited for that. That's in my coma of this whole weekend event kind of thing. I'll be definitely enjoying laying on the couch watching Luke Cage. So,
is it out yet?
No.
Is it what Tuesday?
As far as I think it's next Tuesday. Yeah, I don't know the date on it. I keep thinking it's like
no. Netflix launches stuff on Friday, so it's next Friday. Don't they?
I think so. Yeah,
I think they launch stuff on Fridays.
I'm not sure on that one. I'll keep an eye open for it just because I keep thinking it's like the middle of September when it's like almost October. So.
Yeah, no, this year has flown by. I don't know about for you, but for us it certainly has. Good God, I can't believe it's almost 2017, or we're closer to it than we were. So.
Yep.
But this is exciting having you here, though, because now I know you're a captive audience. I can come and I can pick your brain whenever I want.
Yep. No, the Geeks Gone Rogue stuff, we're still doing stuff. I don't know. We're going to be looking at probably do another con or two and then maybe reevaluating and going from there. So
I assume no matter what happens with Geeks Gone Rogue, you're still going to do custom pieces for people, correct?
Yeah,
you're not going to stop doing that.
No, I'm looking at more of, if it goes, the route of splitting up or anything like that, I'll probably have my own business, doing something similar. I'm more along the lines of like furniture, light plates, a little more manly stuff. I'll still do purses and shoes, but that's not going to be how I market it, just mainly because, it's awkward for a 34-year-old guy to come up to some girls and let me sell you some shoes. That's creepy.
That could be your business.
Sounds normal
slogan.
Yeah. Just me in a trench coat. Let me sell you some shoes.
You guys do sell a lot of the female.
We do.
There's
a pretty good audience for it as far as that goes. It's how I met a lot of the. The Sid, you talked to earlier. She's awesome. I made a pair of shoes for her.
Were the shoes she's wearing today?
No.
That's what I was going to ask.
I was going to ask.
I don't know. I didn't see if she was wearing my kicks or not. I made her a pair of shoes, and she actually did a Suicide Girl set in those shoes. That'll be out in the next month or two. So that'll be 65 million people who get to see my shoes. So that makes me happy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So are you sure you're not going to do shoes?
No, I'm just not going to market it. That I'm a shoe business kind of thing. I'll still do them. I'll still do purses and all that other fun stuff. But it's just, it's a little more awkward for me, to be like, let me sell you shoes. It's like, hey, I do furniture, I do light plates, I do custom orders on shoes and whatnot, but not make the shoes. That's always been the prominent thing, especially with the girls, because with Lauren and Tammy, they can always be like, hey, I can make you a pair of kicks. And it's a girl with girl kind of thing. A guy doing it, it has come off creepy before. And I realized it about halfway through doing the business where I'm like, I really sound kind of pervy. I'm not meaning to, but like, I can sell you shoes, and it actually kind of hurts sales a little bit if you come off that way.
Well, you're also going to, I mean, maybe this is me being assumptive. Lauren's going to be involved in your business somehow because you guys are married, right?
Yeah, she'll be involved in the sense that
you're not kicking her out,
she'll probably tell me what to do, but, she's been like the primary bookkeeper for a long time. And
was she here earlier?
She was.
I thought I saw her out of the corner of my eye.
She waved, but I think you guys were interviewing someone. She's got the munchkin. They're having a girls' weekend, so.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
I thought I did see her, though, so I wanted to make
pretty
sure.
much everyone we know is coming through. I know Tammy and Chris will probably be here tomorrow.
Okay, good.
So,
again, Chris hasn't been. I haven't seen Chris. I've seen Tammy at work.
Yeah,
Chris, Tammy and I work actually on the same floor now. So.
Oh, awesome! Chris has had a bum booty.
That's what I heard. I heard he got hurt pretty bad.
Yeah, he had surgery removing some stuff from his fanny. So.
Oh, he's gonna love this.
I don't care. I've got a page and pages of jokes, just like mocking him incessantly, and he's been in so much pain. I felt bad to do it, so I was like, as soon as you feel better, he's like, I feel better. I'm up for jokes. I'm like, okay, let me get you a popsicle for your starfish, and he's like, starfish? I'm like, okay, you're not ready for jokes yet. Okay, that's good, but.
So at DCC this year, what was like, I guess, the most popular item you guys had, or was it custom?
It's all custom stuff. The
people asking you to make them specifically.
Well, it's mainly our custom stuff we already had there. People were going bananas over. Like Tammy had like a $150 purse that was a big, huge purple purse that was covered in Batman, Joker, Harley Quinn. Sold immediately. All the custom pieces people went bananas for. But that's we had a lot of that wall art too, where it's like basically painted wood. It's I want to say about a 3x2 with a Mario scene on it. Using those fuse beads, we'd put a level of Mario on it, and those sold like crazy. Everyone went nuts on that kind of stuff. So sold a lot of retail stuff too. But yeah, the custom stuff I always get off on just because it's that one of a kind piece. And everyone's like, oh my god, this is awesome, and it's like, dude, like no one else is gonna have this. So.
Yeah, and that's what I've always liked about the stuff you guys do, because I want something that no one else has.
Speaking of, Chris has your table ready.
I've heard. I've heard. No, and we weren't. I gave him the microphones and didn't mention another word because I know how busy you guys are. But we're looking forward to putting that in the Bit Cave.
Yeah, it's done. It's sitting in his domicile.
Does it look pretty sweet?
It looks good.
Good.
It looks good. It's all Star Wars hotness. So.
Yeah, that's
Oh boy.
yeah, we're both very excited about it.
Awesome. Yeah, we've got the he took a mic, I took a mic, and I'm gonna probably be starting something here with Dylan because he loved doing this podcast with you guys so much. He's like, "We're doing a KaPow cast, man."
How
You
many
should.
casts have we started now, Eric?
4
4?
or 5.
And you saw Ashby, who stopped by. He actually asked me if I would help him start one called Hearthstone for
People that
Hearthstone.
smoke marijuana and play card games.
So, yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Sid's taking off. Here, hold on. Let me say bye. Okay. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much, Sid. Seriously.
Come by tomorrow?
No.
No worries. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you, Sid.
She's awesome. I met her at actually an Escape Velocity event got a year or so ago now. And it's blossomed into a friendship, kind of thing. Cause,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of people take advantage of her, unfortunately, because she's a sweetheart. And, she's cute and also a nude model. So everyone's just really, she's got a huge internet troll fan base, which, makes me want to smack people. But,
We kind of talked to her a little bit about that today. And we also talked about the High Priestess about that today, too, about you and I guess none of the three of us, we don't ever experience that no matter what we're doing. And no one says an ill word to me when I walk through a Comic-Con. That I've never experienced that. So that's a different side of the...
Well, yeah, unfortunately, especially cute girls now, any type of cosplay, like, she gets harassed constantly. Like, guys are, grabbing her butt, coming
If I
up
saw
and
that
touching.
stuff,
And,
there'd have to be a
yeah.
smackdown. Like
Oh, yeah. It's, unfortunately, she's got a couple of diseases where her her bones pop out kind of thing, EDS, and she struggles with that pretty frequently. So sometimes she'll be on braces at a convention, and people will kick her braces out from underneath her, either accidentally or intentionally, and yeah, it's definitely a smack time. So, but
Yeah.
And it's a sad comment on our community. We need to be better than that.
well, yeah, I mean, humanity is in general is just kind of
We're supposed to be different, though, Nick. We're
Well, I
supposed
know.
to be
the geeks are supposed to rise above that kind of thing. We're supposed to, but it's still a heavy boys club. I mean, it's getting better for girls. And
it is a boys' club.
Yeah,
Video games are the same way.
Oh yeah, anything geeky, comics, pop culture, anything like that. All the guys are bitching. I really want a girl who's into that stuff. Well, if you make her feel like crap about it, she's not going to talk about it or get into it.
Right.
And same thing. I mean, it's girls have it much worse than guys do right now. Guys, we've kind of held in our geekiness to a point where a lot of guys don't even have girls because it seems like a choice where, like, I can have a sweet collection, I can be happy in my childhood memories, or I can be with somebody, and fortunately it seems to be getting better. Like, thank Zombie Jeebus, I found someone who actually is geeky too, where, she accepts me. She hates my collection to a point, some certain things, but
to be fair, she is...
I need you to fix that because it's really bugging me.
there's a crooked picture on the wall, and Tyler's eye is just twitching.
This way.
Bring it towards you. Make it super crooked.
Okay, that's perfect. Good, thank you.
So, yeah, it's one of those fun things now where it's, I try not to be a social media justice warrior just because that's, beating a dead horse, but
to be fair, your significant other is also a geek, just a Disney geek, right?
yeah, oh yeah, she's using Disney nerd pretty hardcore. She's actually, her and Tabby are talking about starting a Disney convention because you don't see any. It's like that's not a bad idea.
You know the reason you don't see that?
Because Disney's
because there's no way in hell Disney's gonna let that fly.
That's what I said.
Because they just want you to go to Disneyland.
Yeah, there's no way. Like, they already have a Disney convention, and there's one on both coasts.
Exactly. It's like,
there's even one in Japan.
Talk about stuff, but there are certain points where, like, I'm like looking over and I was like, she's not into what I'm saying at all. Like, like I still play WoW, World of Warcraft, and certain games, and it's like I need to shut up because she doesn't give a crap.
So how are you liking the new? And this is probably more Tyler department, but how are you liking the new expansion? Because I've heard a lot of good things.
It's awesome. It is. I mean, the cool thing is they did what they should have done a long time ago, and it's actually the area scales to you. So if I'm 106 and go to a zone, all the enemies are 106. If I turn 110, go back to that same zone, all the enemies are 110. So it's scalable. But
I kind of agree with that, but at the same time, like, I only play on PvP servers.
Oh, gotcha.
And so it drags a lot of high levels around to the same places where I'm leveling up right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've tried at level 101 to hit anything more than 2 levels above you,
Yeah.
you just get like 3 shot.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely the bad thing about PvP, and I've never been a big PvP fan, mainly just because I leveled from 1 to 60 on a PvP server, and I have a venomous hatred for PvP now because it just couldn't get anything done. But I like it because like if I'm 110 and you're 102 and we both hit the same mob, we see the same mob, but you hit it and do the same amount of damage as I do because you're 102, it's 102 to you, 110 to me, 110. So it allows for a lot of grouping. And there's no kill stealing. So if I run up to you and hit the mob, before you do, and you're going to get it, same thing with mining or, any of the collection stuff, like it's all shared now. Which it makes it feel a little more interactive, especially when you hit 110, you start unlocking world quests, which gives you this huge broad spectrum of being able to do whatever you want, whenever you want. Lots of stuff. There's no content drop, which is something that they've suffered from for a long time, so...
Why do you think, and this question's for both of you, why do you think out of every MMORPG, Warcraft is the only one that has stood the test of time?
It's the one that...
And if you guys have another one that you're thinking of, I mean, you might be able to mention EverQuest in that same breath, but I really don't think so.
Yeah, it's not as bananas as, like, WoW is. Like, WoW still spikes huge on a new expansion. I've got buddies who still play EverQuest, but...
I didn't even know EverQuest still existed.
Yeah.
I think... EverQuest, the original, I'm not sure. Did they still have servers up? Oh wow, okay.
1 and 2 still have servers.
I was gonna say I knew 2 did because I have friends who play that, but I did not know 1 did. Why I think World of Warcraft is the main MMO that withstood the test of time is because it did the most things right first, and that's it.
And it's very copied.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, that's kind of the problem.
I knew how to play Star Trek Online that just came out on console because I'd played World of Warcraft. As soon as I powered it up, I was like, oh, it's Warcraft with Spock.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it had a huge lore base based on the RTS. Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, there's a huge fan base that helped transition with it a lot of it, I think. But like Tyler said, a lot of it, I think it's just a lot of people, getting it right the first time. And everyone's retiring. Chris Metzen just retired, which makes me sad because, granted, he was kind of a Horde fanboy, but I'm Alliance. Sorry,
for the Horde.
Alliance.
I played both.
Yeah.
I had a level 60 at the time, I guess was Cap, when I played.
110 is now. So.
I played Horde PvP, Alliance PvE.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, this kid over here being PvE and Alliance, and me being PvP and Horde.
I was a human warrior, 100 or 1 to 60 PvP server, man, and I think that's what's ingrained my hatred for the Horde, because I just
maybe you should have just been better.
Maybe no, I was good. I competed. I still have some of my legendary epic. The names they gave you, like Knight Champion and whatnot, the titles, etc. from doing it. It was fun, especially the old school Altric Valley that would go on for like 4 or 5 hours at once before they started changing it.
Oh, they went on for days.
Those were money, man. Like, I had fun doing that. Me and my brother played before he went crazy Mormon, but...
Boy, you want to talk about something that will take you right out of gaming.
I know, right? But
God.
Yeah, that dries everyone's mouth.
Besides the new WoW expansion, and I'm so out of it, I don't even know what it's called. What is it called?
Legion.
What else are you playing?
Oh God!
I saw you. Hang on, I saw you playing something.
Hitman.
I finally picked up Hitman.
The next one that comes out, I think, next week. The next chapter.
Colorado.
And that pleases me greatly. From what they're saying, they're going to keep doing seasons. We're going to get another season 2, season 3.
I guess this comes out on disc in January.
Yeah, but
we'll get one more before the end of the year.
Japan. Yep.
And then this will come out on disc. What I'm mad about is this. So I told you this. I bought the first one. And then I skipped the second chapter. And I bought the third chapter. Well, they had a deal where if you bought the rest of the chapters, you got like 6 bonus missions. Even if I buy that second chapter, I get none of that crap. Yeah. And that's...
I agree.
I know this is family friendly today, so I'm just going to say that's a load,
I agree wholeheartedly. Like, I just said screw it. Like, I'm not going to pick and choose. I'll just buy it all at once because I know I'm going to play it, So, I did that, and then...
How are you liking it?
I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, it's Hitman, I mean, the fact that there's more options, when I came in, I think, on 3 or 4. so there's already enough content where I felt like it was a little bit of, because that was what I was worried about. Like, I'm going to pick it up, I'm going to beat the missions within an inch of its life, and then have to wait 3 months for next. It takes me out of it, like having to do that. So I was doing that, and then I picked up the last expansion of The Witcher came out. So I was like, I'm going to restart playing that. I've been playing No Man's Sky on PC, which I know a lot of people.
Now, I haven't talked to anyone that I know that's played it, but based on the internet, I did not pick it up.
I like it, and I think it's mainly because the game was made for me. The whole thing with it is you go to a planet, you check it out, you explore, you catalog, you gather cool stuff you didn't have before, and go from there. So, I'm a big collector, I'm a big explorer, that's kind of why I don't do well in like RTSs, etc., because I want to check out the map. I want to look around. I want to see the fine treasure points and stuff like that. And by the time I'm usually dead by the time that something goes, or someone's got a base built up and it's already just destroying me. That's why I don't do good at StarCraft. But yeah, I'm a big explorer. So going to one of those planets, it is like the most chill thing. Like, if I just want to zone out and enjoy myself, because it all syncs up with my Xbox One controller. I got a little adapter for it now, so I can just play with the controller. So I see why a lot of people don't like it, because it was really touted as something different than what it is, and that's kind of what hurt it. Like Steam was offering refunds gangbuster style. Everyone's been. And, I dig it. I'm still playing. I think I've got about 36, 40 hours into it. And, yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm coming back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Cool. No worries. He's got food. Sorry. We're switching rotations as far as that goes. I'm on my lunch break, so I thought I'd say hey to you guys.
Oh yeah, of course. No, thank you for coming by to say hey to us.
No,
we really appreciate it. You be working tomorrow too?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Hopefully you guys come in. We'll have more artists. Jason Mentz will be in here, and then I think we'll still have Nate Hamill. If you guys get Nate Hamill on here, you love him. He's got a great personality.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, as today, we will rarely sit here and talk to anyone. As soon as we saw someone dressed as Loki, we're like, Loki, come sit down.
Dude, no, yeah, he's at a lot of conventions. He's a good guy, so.
I've never seen someone dedicated to the character, and I even told him that. I didn't even know how to talk to him, because we started off, I was talking to him as Loki, and I was like, well, hang on a second. I need you to answer some human questions for me. Just because I was curious, because I told him, and you can kind of address this too, not a lot of people go in character. A lot of people cosplay. Yeah. Not a lot of people play
at conventions.
That character.
They will. I've noticed a lot of people will stick to it to the T.
Do you ever do that? Like when you're Deadpool Jedi, are you Deadpool?
I usually am. Like if I'm trying to sell, no. Which is why I don't wear it when I sell anymore. Just because it's
you just answered one of my questions. I was wondering why none of you guys had costumes on at con.
Yeah, we do it on some points of time. But Denver Comic Con was so big, it's a distraction. If you have anything go wrong, you're screwed. You've got to leave Denver Comic Con to go fix your outfit and whatnot, and that doesn't work when you're trying to sell,
No,
so,
and you guys were packed all 3 days.
Yeah, we were.
Because trust me, I moseyed by the table a few times.
Like, Eric, what's up? Eric, hey, I see you. I can't say anything, but
no, Tammy even sent me a Facebook message like, hey, I saw you walk by today, and I was like, well, I saw you too, but you were probably talking to people.
Busy.
It was a great con. Did you guys have fun?
We did. I didn't get to really break away, unfortunately. I kept meaning. Funny thing is, my dad actually ran into Stan Lee. Because it's $100 to get a signature from Stan. I was like, I can't do it. I can't. Even though it was his last probably convention here ever. But my dad was babysitting the Munchkin. And we paid for his hotel room for him, etc. It's like, hey, if you want to hang out with her, please, So he took her to the con, goofed around. I gave him a free pass to the con because we had extra. And he's sitting there, and there's all these security guards walking by him. And he's like, well, what's going on? And he turns around, and on a little motor scooter, Stanley, hauling ass down the hallway, and all the guys following him. And he's got this, couple $1,000 high-end camera sitting there on his neck, and instead of taking a picture of him, he raises his hand and goes, hi, Stan. It was basically his childhood coming at him. Like, he was so fangirling that he didn't even think about taking a picture. And my daughter's like, why didn't you take a picture? I'm sorry. I got caught in the moment.
I regret not paying the money now, but at the time when I was putting the budget together for the weekend, I was like,
It just ain't happening.
it's just not happening, man. As much as I wanted to meet him, and I think if you got an autograph and a picture was like $300, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was that bad. I think it was like around 100. Was it 300?
It was pretty crazy.
Was it?
Because
didn't
I
even-
want the autograph is cool. I want the picture.
Yeah.
I want the picture of me, shaking.
Yeah.
It was like $100 for a picture, $100 for a signature, and yeah,
300 was the VIP. You got his book too and a T-shirt or something.
Gotcha.
There was a $300
Okay.
package, is what I was looking at.
Yeah, I know they did a whole like interview and get together and all that fun stuff. So it was pretty crazy in that regard. But yeah, funny, interesting Stan Lee story to end it before I have to go back to work here. I'm sure you guys have seen those blank covers, the variant issues where they're all blank.
I got one, and then I had an artist do a hand-drawn Spider-Gwen.
Awesome.
Of course.
Yeah, see, that's the cool thing. Everyone does that. Well, Stanley won't sign him anymore. He used to. He signed a Walking Dead for a guy once. And are you guys familiar with Walking Dead a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you've heard of Negan, etc., some guy got the signature for Stanley on it while it was still blank, brought it up to an artist, and had him draw Negan bashing in Stanley's brains. And instantly turned around and flipped the book for $5,000. Stanley
Wow.
didn't approve the picture or anything like that. He signed it because the guy asked him to, etc. and whatnot. So now he absolutely refuses to sign blank variant covers because of that very reason. I still think that's amazing. like I want that book. That's fantastic. I mean, the guy was a genius for doing that, flipping it for $5,000. I would have held on to it. That'd be on my mantle. But
Yeah, that'd be in my collection
yeah,
for sure.
It's like that's
Well,
funny.
That's something that no one else is ever going to have
Exactly.
either. So $5,000 really isn't that impressive to me.
No. I mean, I'm sure especially when the new season of Walking Dead comes out. Yeah, that's a $10,000.
Well, and they've got a spin-off now, and Walking Dead's not going anywhere.
No.
And when Stanley stops doing cons this year, that's at least a $10,000 book.
Oh yeah, yep. He's got Kamikaze, his event, and then New York Comic Con.
Yeah, I heard he was doing New York today, and I was like, I thought Denver was it.
Yeah.
So I guess I do have one more chance to meet him. And Kamikaze is Canada, right? Or no?
No, I think it's his personal convention that I think he does in California. So
That's
Okay.
weird because I heard his last convention was
Was
going to be
Canada.
in Canada. Yeah,
Is what we heard.
Huh.
Maybe we're wrong. I mean, sources change.
It's possible.
he might have decided to do a few more.
It's definitely possible. There's everyone making faces around me. I don't know what's happening.
Hey, real
We're
quick,
recording. Yeah.
No, we really are.
Yeah, they're recording. That's why I'm over here. That's why these are on. That's Teresa, the assistant manager of the coffee shop, throwing some love our way. Apparently, she's going to hurt me. So
before you leave, I have one last question.
shoot.
Do all of you fools have iPhones that work here, or does someone have an Android phone and a charger maybe?
I've got an iPhone.
I have an iPhone charger with me too, Tyler.
Yeah, I've got an iPhone charger as well. I'll have to do the rounds and see if anyone's got a charger.
All right, that'd be awesome.
You know, Tyler, I heard that your Samsung phones are blowing up.
They are.
No,
Those are
no,
crotch burners.
no.
Everyone that
No.
flew out here last weekend for my birthday said on their airplane flight, they announced if you have the whatever Samsung
Galaxy
Note,
7,
Galaxy 7, you cannot have it on when you're flying.
There's been many phones that have had batteries that have lit on fire.
Oh yeah, but now that's the
So,
hot button. So.
Just because that particular one does is what everyone's talking about right now.
Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. I hear what you're saying, but it's all trash.
Pretty much. It's all the same at the end.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'm gonna
Thank
take
you, Nick.
off. I'll swing by later.
Charger.
Charter.
No, thank you so much, man. Seriously,
guys.
always good
Thank
to talk
you.
to you, bro.
Take 5.
Yeah. And we'll be back. I'm going to throw up
And we'll be back.
our text. We'll be right back. Hello. Yeah, it's still picking stuff up. I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm good. Oh no. Getting nothing.
Talk.
I am. Oh, there we go. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, you were fine.